protest is Professor Agbo Madaki, former Dean of Faculty of Law, Bayes University. Good morning and welcome to the morning show.
Yeah, good morning.
Well, hello, Prof. You are a professor of international humanitarian law. One of the issues in contemporary writings on the subject is that the scope of conflict has expanded. And today in Nigeria, we're dealing with conflict. How do you think that the Nigerian government should respect the fundamental human rights of protesters? Because just a few minutes ago, we heard that in some parts of Abuja, tear gas is now being used, shots are being fired. Let's deal with that, the main subject of the day first.
Yeah, thank you very much. The truth of the matter is that Nigeria operates a constitutional democracy, and then the constitution is the grand norm, that binds the people, the government, and dictates how we relate with ourselves. And as Justice Oputa put it, it's one of the yardstick or indices to indicate as to how democratic a government is their willingness to obey civil liberties, basic fundamental freedoms. And the truth of the matter is that anybody assuming executive position in the country, be it to the office of the president or governor and many other offices, you subscribe to the oath of allegiance and oath of office, which basically you are saying you obey and also implement the Constitution. So the truth of the matter, it behoves on every citizen, whether you are the president or not, but to respect, to promote, and to protect the basic fundamental freedoms of not just Nigerians, but of all persons that are resident within Nigeria. And that's why a lot of the constitutional provision relating to fundamental human rights always start by saying everybody, everybody, everybody. Just in few exceptions that you have right inherently only to citizens. So it is the duty of government, not only to just respect, but also to protect. And if that be the case, I agree and I concede that it is the rights of citizens, to express their views on burning national issues. It is the right of citizens to freely associate with one another, to impart and to receive knowledge as the case may be. And even in some constitutions of other countries of the world, especially in Kenya, the right to protest is constitutionally guaranteed. But however, all constitutional documents all over the world also makes provision that fundamental human rights must also be enjoyed and promoted within the ambits of the law. So having said that, the duties of government is clearly spelled out in the Constitution as the case may be, especially the executive powers of the president, of the country, which is vested in the office of the president at the national level, and then in the person of the governor at the state level. And then he does this by delegating power to people who he appoints, as the case may be. So talking about today's protest, if you say that you've had few instances that tear gas have been fired, and I am not in a position to either deny or to confirm that. But what I do know is that the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria creates and establishes the Nigerian police exclusively to the federal government. And then the duties of the Nigerian police is clearly spelled out under the Police Act, especially in Section 4 of the Police Act. So in the event or case of Nigeria ventilating their grievances by way of public protest, it is my advice that they should stick and do within the ambit of the rule of law. Do only what the law expects you to do. If, however, the protesters go outside the rule of law, their duties incumbent of the Nigerian police, first and foremost, to enforce all laws and regulations, in existence in Nigeria, to protect lives and property, to ensure that Nigerians have easy access to the highway, roads, and streets, as the case may be.
Yes.
And order the operation manual of the police and even the armed forces. There are certain circumstances that force may be used either in suppressing a riot of violence or bringing people perpetrating crimes to order, as the case may be. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, thank you very much for breaking that down, because we also hear, based on the process, that some states have obtained ex parte orders restricting protests to certain venues. I'd like you to speak on that, even though many of the people we've spoken to this morning, especially the protesters, have said they haven't been served yet. What is the implication of that, especially in cases like in Abuja and Lagos, where we hear that they haven't been served yet? We also hear that Kwara has been added to that list only this morning. Please, your take on this. Is that an infringement on the freedom of assembly in terms of the procession or choosing to assemble in different areas aside from the allocated or prescribed areas?
Let me point out very quickly, because to the glory of God, I'm not just a professor of law, but in the last 40 years, I've also been fairly active in legal practice, maintaining my own law firm. The truth of the matter is that the National Judicial Council frowns on the abuse or the easy deployment of ex parte proceeding in order to seek relief from the court. Basically, on the face value, an ex parte proceeding may be a variation from the principles of fair hearing, because it's a cardinal principles of law, natural justice, that audi autere patent, that is here both sides. But sometimes in extreme cases of urgency, either in order to preserve or to protect or preserve the right, as the case may be, parties may quickly rush to court by way of an ex parte application. But judges are advised to sparingly issue ex parte application, that it is better to hear both sides. But however, when the urgency is real and the danger is dire, in order to preserve and to protect, a judge may give an ex parte application, as the case may be. Now, why will either some states go to court to ask that the protest be restricted to certain areas? The truth of the matter is that the president is the overall chief security officer of the federations, and governors are the chief security officers of their states. And it is provided in the Nigerian constitution, especially under section 14, of chapter 2 of the constitution, that it is the primary duty and responsibility of government to protect lives and property, and all the security apparatus in the country, submit what they call security reports, either to the governor and to the president. So if from security report available to them, it is reasonably suspected that allowing the protest to go to ABCD could lead them to a breakdown of law and order, something may be done about it. But let me point out very quickly that there's hardly any Can I just say something very quickly? Very quickly, which is very germane to the questions.
Yes.
And I'll be very brief. I need to mention that there's actually not even a single fundamental human right that is absolute. And that is why under the Nigerian Constitution, section 45, it deals with what we call permissible derogations from human rights. That is, there are certain circumstances that some human rights may be derogated from. And it's not only in Nigeria. If you're under the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, out of which we now have what they call the Siracusa Principles on derogation from the provisions of that covenant. So there are certain circumstances, and those circumstances, even though it is furtherance of democracy, but in order to protect public order, public health, safety, national security, there are certain instances that fundamental rights may be derogated from under international law and even under the Nigerian Constitution, as encapsulated under section 45 of the Nigerian Constitution. That is, there are certain times basic fundamental human rights may be derogated from.
Prof, you cannot be more correct. No rights are absolute. People have rights, but there's nothing such as absolute rights. Thank you very much indeed for joining us on the morning show. For more updates on the Lagos protests, let's cross over to our Rice News correspondent, Kingsley Onyekwilu, who is in the Surulere area of Lagos. Kingsley, you've moved very quickly from the Lekki toll gate to Surulere. Very good. So what's the situation in Surulere?
All right, before coming down to Surulere, I passed by the Lekki toll gate one more time, then also the Koiling Bridge. The area is still calm and there's nothing happening there. The police presence is, of course, obvious. Then down to Idumota, Lagos Island, still enough ample police presence there. There are people on the streets, of course, but no businesses are open. Businesses are open, shops are shut down. Then we drove past the Costain roundabout down to Stadium and Shita before linking up with the police operatives that are just behind me. And I must say, they've been well organized and there has been no breakdown of law.
Hello, Kisley? Kisley, are you there? Well, looks like the picture is frozen.
Yeah, I think so. We'll probably
this
try to recalibrate
morning.
I think we have him
As
back
we
now.
started
Are you back?
as directed by the Commissioner of Police to ensure that everywhere is peaceful in Lagos State, no matter the kind of protest that wants to come out. The significance of where we are, this is called doing to Surulere last time, started from here, where we had issues of they broke into Adeniri Ogunsoya and they broke into the ShopRite. And also the burning of Orile police station started from here. So it's significant of to ensure that we calm boys from this side so that we will not allow anybody to infiltrate into Surulere. As you can see, Surulere is very calm and we do not envisage any.
Fantastic. But now I have a question for you. Are protesters allowed to actually protest? Because I asked one of the security operatives in Lekki and he said we are not allowed to ask questions to any protester that we see, that we shouldn't interview them. So are they actually allowed to protest or they are not allowed to protest?
That is not correct. As you know, the restriction has been given to a certain area for them to do their protest. That is Fawaemi Garden. And that is where all of them have converged for this particular protest. So we are not expecting them anywhere so that we just want to avoid breaking down of law and order. And that is the reason why you can see police officers, we are here to make sure that everybody goes about their lawful business. For example, ShopRite, they called me that they are afraid of opening. Go and open. And everywhere is saturated with policemen. And that is the directive from the Inspector General of Police through the CP Lagos. And as you can see, we have men of commander arrest with me. You can see the train has been moving up and down, and people are actually about their business. So we do not envisage any trouble. And by the grace of God, it shall be peaceful. Yes.
Thank you for your time today. All right, go about your business.
Well, Kingsley? Well, Kingsley, well, that's
So
it.
go about your business. The areas are safe. You don't have anything to worry about. Back to you in the studio.
Well, thank you very much, Kingsley. We'll keep in touch with you. We'll take a short break now. And when we return, Ojinika Okpe will be here with details on what's trending. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
My wife and I created the Tony Elmelu Foundation in 2010. Today, the Tony Elmelu Foundation has trained over 1.5 million young African entrepreneurs. We have disbursed $100 million to 20,000 beneficiaries who have gone on to create over 400,000 jobs across Africa.
We believe not only in financially empowering these young Africans, but also in training them and in providing mentorship for them.
Today, I'm the second largest employer of labor in the private space of Sokoto State of Nigeria.
Our mission at Choice is to empower youth and create technology-oriented opportunities worldwide.
We're driving poverty eradication, we're catalyzing job creation, and we're also ensuring inclusive economic empowerment.
Because the future of Africa is in your hands.
The Tony Elumelu Foundation, empowering African entrepreneurs.
We are hiring. Have you got what it takes to join a dynamic global energy company of choice? Are you ready to experience a career driven by innovation and excellence? NNPC Limited is looking for young talents and result-oriented experienced professionals to make valuable contributions to NNPC Limited's
to borrow.
poverty. They put us in penury. We cannot take this anymore.
One of the biggest fear of this protest was violence, and we can see police try to support. What do you think?
Go back to the history of protests in this country. Instances where we had violence, there are instances where they are being propelled by the government. The government is the #1 criminals. The government are the ones that propelled violence. During NSAS, Lagos State government had to organize BLT buses for thugs. BLT buses for thugs. There are evidences. We are not law-breaking people. They borrow and they steal and they hit our money and they put us in poverty. They put us in penury. We cannot take this anymore.
One of the biggest fear of this protest was violence, and we can see police try to support. What do you think?
Go back to the history of protests in this country. Instances where we had violence, there are instances where they are being propelled by the government. The government is the #1 criminals. The government are the ones that propelled violence. During NSAS, Lagos State government had to organize BLT buses for thugs. BLT buses for thugs. There are evidences. We are not law-breaking people. To borrow. They borrow and they steal and they hit our money and they put us in poverty. They put us in penury. We cannot take this anymore.
One of the biggest fear of this protest was violence, and we can see police try to support. What do you think?
Go back to the history of protests in this country. Instances where we had violence, there are instances where they are being propelled by the government. The government is the #1 criminals. The government are the ones that propelled violence. During NSAS, Lagos State government had to organize BLT buses for thugs. BLT buses for thugs. There are evidences. We are not.
Well, these are live shots from Ikeja, where Obadeoye is reporting from. I don't know whether we have Obadeoye there, just to give us a quick update on the situation at Ikeja, which we've been covering since morning. But meanwhile, joining us now is Ojinika Ojiope with stories trending around the world. Hello, Jinx.
Good morning, Dr. Abati. How are you this morning? Good morning, Ayo.
Good morning.
Good morning, Rufai. We have been covering these end bad governance in Nigeria protests. We are seeing that our youth are out there and they have absolutely stated their demands clearly, which I will read. But at the moment, I believe that the police has fired tear gas in Abuja. Yesterday, we saw operatives of the Rapid Response Squad of the Lagos Police Command where they displayed a full display of might ahead of the End Bad Governance in Nigeria protest. The armed officers were seen jogging and singing in full armor as they marched to different locations, as we will see in this now viral video.
Of course. Yeah, so no shaking.
In full armor. But Nigerians are saying, are we at war? I mean, we are seeing these people out here, you know, trying to prevent the NSAT or protect us from, I believe we have a live shot at this moment. I don't know where this is. Is this in Ikeja at the moment? This is in Ikeja at the moment. Let's see what's happening here. All right. Well, you know, also, meanwhile, yesterday we saw that the Lagos State Police Command anti-bomb squad said that it had deactivated an improvised explosive device in the Ikeja area of the state. Udeyin said that, you know, a vigilant police officer reported that a young man had come out of a car and dropped a bag by the side of the Nigeria Customs Service Federal Operations Unit's fence, after which he returned to the vehicle and sped off. The area then was immediately cordoned off while IED experts were deployed to the spot. I mean, Aya, what does this signify to you? I mean, it sounds really scary at the moment.
Very scary, very serious, but interesting, still sketchy details in terms of how, you know, the bomb squad helped to detonate that bomb, and then maybe further investigations. I know around that area, we have some security cameras that have been installed by this administration, Lagos State government. So it'll be great to see, because it's beyond this happening. Number one, it will be good to investigate the motive for that. Is it as part of the protest, or the people, one of those people that were touted to want to hijack the peaceful protest of the people? It would be really great to understand that. And going back to the first clip with the policemen showing strength and force that was on Admiralty Way in Lekki, here in Lagos State. And again, going back to that conversation on motive, what was the reason for doing that? And I want to believe that the reason they came out was to show the hijackers that they were serious about business and they were going to protect the protesters and that nothing must happen to them, because that is the job of the police, not to be seen to be against the people, but to be on the side of the people. As many people have said, part of what the people are asking for, are calling for, is also on behalf of the police.
Yes,
when we went to one of the states, I think Bayelsa State, one of the placards was like they were advocating for increased remuneration for the police. So it'd be great to know that that show of force was not for the protesters, but for the hijackers. That if you try anything and try to disturb the protesters, are going to come for you. I think that was
That's a solid point, Ayo. Also, I believe you guys all spoke with Nisi Gabriel, who is our correspondent in Abuja, and he had in Kaduna. He had debunked this news where the Kaduna spokesperson, Maser Hassan, yesterday had said that over 25,000 security personnel were deployed to strategic points in the state to ensure law and order during these protests. But apparently, I've heard now that it's only 2,500 policemen that have been deployed in Kaduna at the moment. And we are seeing, I believe, live footage also at the moment showing that. But I mean, how did the police officer misspeak? I mean, what was the motive to that? So 25,000 police officers. Do they even have that amount of police officers in the north at the moment? And he also said that, these police, not just police officers, he said that there will be military men, there will be, security personnel, all attached to the unit in Kaduna State.
I mean, so I think the most important thing is being able to clarify. I said it was 2,500 he meant to write, but I think he just added one more zero to the back. And
he added one more zero.
Maybe mistakenly added one more zero to the back and became 25,000, just to boost it up. But Nisi has been able to clarify it, and things are pretty much cool. I mean, the governor of Basani had been, talking to people and all of that in the state, but in other parts, I think for the police officers that were doing the show of force, I know they were instructed to, but the truth has to be said. You are doing show of force against people that are protesting about how deplorable your wages are and how low the standard of living for our police officers have been. I got a call yesterday from a police officer that was telling me about the police cooperative, how it's not centralized, how they make deductions from them, and it's very difficult when they want to get their money back. Our Nigerian police live in a deplorable way. They live on slave-like wage. The minimum wage as we speak today is slave-like. Audrey, you go to America. What can $45 buy you? If you want to buy a good meal in New York City, can you buy it for $45? Can you? If you even go to some place, you want to buy a good gourmet burger, by the time you spend buy 2 or 3 burgers, won't you have finished $45?
Yeah.
That's the minimum wage in Nigeria today.
Yeah.
That's the deplorable way. And what are people protesting against, Audrey? Bad governance, which the president has shown largely. 2 policies that affect the life of people. You are saying we should tighten our belt. At the same time, you want to buy private presidential jets. You bid 21 billion worth of vice presidential lodge. You gave the senators 160 million supplementary budget. Now you've gone back to the National Assembly and 160 million to buy cars in supplementary. Now you go back to the National Assembly. You want to become more reckless by saying that the Senate should help you increase ways and means from 5% to 15%. We are seeing insecurity everywhere. We are seeing massive poverty. The food you've given out to people not knowing what to write them about because they are rebuying the food. Humanitarian ministry, you've not settled out the case. Billions of naira, we don't know where the money is gone for. There's corruption everywhere in this country. There's avarice, there's chaos. That's why people are on the streets.
You know what? I think the biggest thing to take out here is that, the people are wanting to hear from the president. Yesterday, the Lagos State governor actually addressed Lagosians. Let's take a listen to what he said.
It is pertinent to ask, is protest the practical catalyst for progress the nation requires at this time? Will such a protest suddenly ensure that all of our challenges disappear in 10 days? Will the protest suddenly ensure that the prices of foodstuff dropped on the 11th day? Will shutting down the economy for 10 days inspire an economic growth we all earnestly desire? I hold a strong view that a protest at this time will do none of these things for us as a nation. Rather, it would roll back the modest gain that we have made in previous facets of our social economic life as a people and as a state.
All right, Dr. Abati, I heard you refer to this earlier, and I'd love for you to talk about it. But before you do that, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Kalu, has also cautioned Igbo people to stay away from the nationwide protest. Let's take a look.
Igbos, stay away. Igbos, stay in your houses. You'll be used as an scapegoat. They will target you and they will waste you. Igbos, we have died enough. Our blood has filled the street enough. Allow those who feel they can do it, let them go and do it. We'll be strong enough. For this protest, let us be weak now. Let those ones who are strong, let them stand on the street. Igbos, be weak now to sit at home. If there's any sit at home that will be effective, not the one you have done on Mondays, let it be the one that will happen at this protest. As one of the leaders of this country, and as one of the leaders from the southeastern region that you love and you have confidence in, I am telling you, if you have never shown weakness before, let it be shown now. Igbos, we have shown strength in civil war. We have shown strength in agitation. We have shown strength in fighting for IPOB and Masob and all the rest of them. In sitting at home, please be weak now. Because they were looking for opportunity to slaughter you. Sit at home.
They are looking for opportunity to slaughter. I know you want to speak, but I want to give Dr. Abati the opportunity to speak on some of the stories that we have discussed.
I said in the morning, when I was doing the review of the reactions, from the states, basically, that almost all the state governors have called for calm, they've called for peace, whether it's in Kwara, Kogi, Yobe, Zamfara, in Kano, where the protesters are now also on the streets, The governor, Abba Yusuf, also said, well, the people can protest, but please just make sure you are peaceful. In Bayelsa, Governor Doye Diri told people to go to work. In Imo State, we understand there is no protester on the street, And then you have Lagos State. Ogun went to court, got an ex parte order. Kwara went to court, got an ex parte order. But in Lagos, Governor Sanwo-Olu took the additional step of addressing the people in a 20-minute televised address yesterday, basically appealing to the people. And what interests me in his presentation are the questions that he asked. He said, okay, is it the protest that will bring down the price of foodstuffs? Or does it mean that after 10 days protest, on the 11th day, people will suddenly discover that things have changed? They may be rhetorical questions, but he's raising those questions because he knows where the shoe pinches. He was governor in 2020 when you had the NSAS protests. All the vehicles, the BRT vehicles, brand new, that he had, his administration had procured and put on the roads. Most of them were destroyed. Over 50 were destroyed. Police stations were destroyed. Lekki Tollgate, it was his government's responsibility to fix all the things that were destroyed. Not to even talk of the compensation, the panel that was set up, and all of that. So my own concern is that what Governor Sanwo-Olu did, sets an example for President Tinubu. President Tinubu should have been the one to seize the initiative to talk to the people, either yesterday or this morning. And he's just sending secretary to government of federation, ministers. Nigeria is at a point where you don't delegate certain things. So I think for President Tinubu, it's a missed opportunity, for him not to have addressed the people. Benjamin Kalu talking and saying Igbos, this and that. Well, he's just expressing an opinion. He's not in a position to dictate to people what they should do. He can only advise. So the fact that he's an Igbo man and is a deputy speaker in the House of Reps, it does not make him superior to any other Igbo man. Yeah. But what we know is that in Imo and other parts of the Southeast, people are sitting at home. Absolutely. So please, Benjamin Kalu shouldn't get carried away because of the position he occupies. All right. He can only advise the people to obey the rule of law. That is what is important.
All right. I believe at this moment, Rufai, we have Oba Adeoye live in Ikeja. Oba, how are you? Bring us up to speed. What's really going on right now?
Yes, we are no longer in Ikeja. We are right now at Ojota bus stop because the protesters were coming from Ikeja and they are going to the Gani Fawemi Freedom Park here in Ojota. It's just a stone throw away from here. So it has been a long walk for the protesters. And of course, you can see the security agencies too, coming behind them and going ahead of them. So it has been a very peaceful protest so far. And there's no form of any disruption. We saw residents who have decided not to join the protest, but they came out in solidarity with the protesters. But the security men have really comported themselves in ways that is expected of them, that there has not been any confrontation between the protesters and, of course, the police and other security agencies that are represented here.
Okay, real quickly, Oba, so they are taking this procession and they're going all the way to the park in Ojota, probably around the Gani Fawemi Park. So we'll see proceedings there. Maybe we'll come back to you as regards what is going on there when they finally get there. So you'll join us later. Pale, keep losing the calories. Keep burning the calories, my brother. Keep the walk alive. Thank you.
So at the moment, I believe we have to go to Tokunbo Oyetunji, who is standing in right now. Tokunbo, bring us up to speed. Where are you at the moment?
Yeah, thanks, Oji. We are still at the Gani Fawemi Park, Freedom Park here in Ojota, where we reported much earlier in the day within the premises of that park here in Ojota, one of the two designated centers for the protest today. If
You
I can
have
see
a
just
friend beside you.
one of the protesters right by my side, carrying his a placard here stating some of the things that they want. But the issue really is that, as I'm here, you can see, the premises here is a bit deserted because the crowd of protesters. If my camera can just pan to that place, the crowd has grown from a few people that we saw earlier, bigger now, and they're growing. But the police team here are actually having a hard time trying to convince members of that crowd to actually come into these premises so that at least they can continue with their protest. Like if you heard what the man that was just standing by my side here saying, they are scared to actually come into a confined place like this because they think if they come into this confined place, they may be subjected to some kind of harassment and attack by some people. Because, of course, we've had some guys around who are saying that they are against the protest, and we're actually trying to turn some people back. That if they're coming for the protest, they better just go back to wherever they're coming from because they are against that. And their reason, OJ, is that they don't want a situation that could degenerate and end up most likely or probably like the NSAS protest ended that time, leading to those destruction of lives and property, like you people in the studio were talking about just earlier on before you came to me.
Okay,
yes, Dr. Abati.
But from what we're seeing, I mean, that park looks unkept. Yeah. So, I mean, that itself, it may be a source of discouragement. You never know what reptiles are lurking around the place.
It is an issue here, really. In fact, majority of or some of the guys, some of the protesters who have actually peeped into this place said no, there's no way they will come into a place that is this bushy. I mean, the grass is not being cut for some time.
I thought the protesters, when they informed the state government, they said Governor Sanwo-Olu should make sure he cuts the grass in that place, and I should also provide them with buses, transportation to the convergence points. So the government just ignored them. They couldn't even cut grass for them.
I mean, clearly that's the situation, really. We never really had any official statement as to that request from the Take It Back movement that was after the court ruling on Tuesday, saying they wanted air-conditioned buses to actually convey them from different convergence points where they will now proceed to Ojota. And I guess that was what was responsible for them just gathering somewhere at Ikeja Under Bridge from where my colleague Oba reported from, and making that their procession down here. So I'm not sure government actually listened to them, because if they had, it will have been reflected here. This place will have been put in a better place than what we have here today.
All right.
From what we are seeing, some of the leaders of the protesters are still saying that somehow they find their way into this place. Maybe when the larger crowd that is coming in from Ikeja Under Bridge actually joins them here, they will come into the freedom.
All right, thank you very much, Tokumbo Oyetunji, and please do stay away from reptiles. I mean, watch out for reptiles right there. But I believe we have Georgina Ndukwe Ezeinka right now in Abuja, bringing us up to speed. Georgina, good morning. I believe that we have reports that protesters were tear gassed by police earlier today. Bring us up to speed.
All right, good morning, Mariel. Good morning, Rufai, Dr. Vati. Okay, so I'm standing now in front of the Eagle Square, where we have the Federal Secretariat, we have all the 3 armed zone as well as entrance to the National Assembly. We have so many police officers armed and ready to, take charge in case anything happens. However, we had heard earlier from some journalists who were here that some people were trying to gather, and they had to use tear gas to disperse them. But where I'm standing currently, there is no protester in sight. There are no sign of tear gas. So we just have the police officers stationed at different points, ensuring that people keep going and no gathering is formed whatsoever. That's what we have, what we're seeing right now.
All right. All right. Well, thank you very much, Georgina. And please do stay safe out there. Rufai, earlier, I would like for us to even just go over the, I believe, the 12-point demand of the protesters. We saw one of them holding a placard. If we can pull up the 12-point demand there for us to read out to our viewers. They said, 1, revert to petrol pump price at 100 naira per litre. 2, combat insecurity. 3, close all IDP camps and resettle the campers. 4, total electoral reform. 5, independent probe into the electoral budget of 355 billion naira. 6, immediate release of NSAS protesters still in detention. 7, implementation of living wage, minimum wage of 300,000 naira. 8, compulsory free education from primary to secondary school. 9, children of public school holders must attend public schools in the country. 10, government must patronize made in Nigeria goods. 11, transition to unicameral legislation. 12, judicial and constitutional review. Rufai, I believe that you want to make some pertinent points.
Yes, so I wanted to say some things. Number 1 is my response to Mr. Kalu, Mr. Benjamin Kalu, Honorable Benjamin Kalu. Honorable, do not make this about ethnic baiting. This protest has never been about Igbo, Yoruba, or Hausa. It has been about, underline the word, Nigerians. And before I represent any of those ethnic groups, I am a Nigerian first. If I am to take your international passport, what is written there as nationality is Nigerian. Nigerians are the ones suffering and are the ones hungry. So this idea of telling Igbos not to go out and protest and all of that, no, let's not divide ourselves here.
All right.
As regards those demands pretty much, segue into the aspirations of a lot of people and all of that. But I hear we have to go.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, all right. We will continue to bring our viewers up to speed regarding the End Bad Governance in Nigeria protest. I'd like to thank you all. A great analysis, as always, on What's Trending. Well, that's all I have for you guys on What's Trending today. I'll see you all tomorrow.
And that's all on today's edition of The Morning Show. Rochus Odiri is up next with Global Business Report, and he will be speaking to Kingsley Okereke, Edge Securities Dealing, Set Crest Group. Stay with us. This is still the Arise News Channel.
In the heart of our great nation lies the strength and resilience of its people. We have faced challenges, and yet we stand tall.
They borrow and they steal and they hit our money and they put us in poverty. They put us in penury. We cannot take this anymore.
One of the biggest fear of this protest was violence, and we can see police try to support. What do you think?
Go back to the history of protests in this country. Instances where we had violence, where instances where they are being propelled by the government. The government is the #1 criminals. The government are the ones that propelled violence. During NSAS, Lagos State government had to organize BLT buses for thugs. BLT buses for thugs. There are evidences. We are not law-breaking people than to borrow. They borrow and they steal and they hit our money and they put us in poverty. They put us in penury. We cannot
cannot take this anymore. One of the biggest fear of this protest was violence, and we can see police try to support. What do you think?
Go back to the history of protests in this country. Instances where we had violence, where instances where they are being propelled by the government. The government is the number one criminals. The government are the ones.
It continues. We are grateful to Dangote for this initiative.
When my son came, as I tell me, I was happy. I thank God for everything. Thank God for the life of now when he come, presenter. Thank God for Dangote when God touch his mind. To make it gift, share this gift. I'm so happy. Very, very happy. I thank God for everything.
The rice is okay. Now better rice. I really like the rice. They carry water. They chew gum like that. In fact, person where you have children like me, if you cook like 2 cups, it will be enough for them to eat. The rice is okay. We pray for Dangote for sharing the rice for everyone. Thank God the rice is still reach our side. We really enjoy it. May God bless you. We are so happy.
All right, this is the global business. All right, this is the global business report here on Rise News. Live images in Ojota, Lagos, where the protests have kicked off. And we are seeing a number of people walking through a corridor that is adjourned by fences with lots of grass in the middle. Camera panning up right now. You see buses still carrying folks. There's a flatbed truck. It's not carrying anything. You've got lots of people on each side of the road. You've got crowds there. You've got some folks with a sign that says something Lagosian. Maybe they can come a little closer. Once again, this is the cost of. There is the police vehicles on the right-hand side of the screen. There, the officers clad in black uniforms. They got their weapons at the ready. We heard there was some tear gas incidents happening in Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory. Just heard from Georgina Undukoya, our correspondent there. And I think we've got Tokumbo Oyetunji, who is on standby. Tokumbo, good morning. So is the message being passed on? Well, what's the message from the protesters you're talking to?
Rotis.
Yes, go ahead, sir. Good morning. So, yeah,
Rotis, can you hear me?
Tokumbo, I can hear you loud and clear. What we are, it looks like the camera guys on the elevated vantage point, panning downwards into the crowds. And what's happening? What's the latest message?
Hello, Rotis, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. I can hear you loud and clear. Go right ahead. Yes.
I've lost you if you can hear me.
We can hear you loud and clear, Tokumbo. There's so basically these folks seem to be passing through the grass to avoid the road. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. And yeah, we still got buses moving. We still got, vehicles plying the roads, and just a set of folks on one side of the road in terms of as far as the crowd is concerned. Again, Jota. All right, I've got a markets trader with me in the studio, Kingsley Okereke, who is with Zcrest Group. He's a wealth manager. Kingsley, look, we know about the inflation figures. We know about the exchange rates. We know what this is doing to people. What do you make of, I guess, the cost of living crisis in Nigeria?
Good morning, Reuters. Thank you for having me. Well, I think we are already well aware of the data and how it has printed. We've seen cost pressures rise on a consistent basis. Inflation has not shown much signs of abatedness, and we still, watching to see how that pans out in the coming quarters. It will be interesting to see how those figures roll out, but government has pretty much ramp up policy direction to try to, show some intervention, in the immediate term, while they kick into gear some of their other policies to try to stem the tide in this crisis that we are seeing. We are hopeful that this should be able to, bring some succor to the populace. But as I said, the central bank also noted some of these policies that they have actually brought to the fore. And we just wait to see how this impact would permeate through to inflation. And but pretty much you should expect to see growth come under some pressure.
Speaking of growth coming under pressure, so we're looking at live images now. We've got some police officers. I do wonder why everybody's walking through this particular corridor of grass. I hope Tokumbo can tell us. Okay, the camera is panning to the left now. And there's a gentleman standing on an elevated position. I think he's trying to take photographs, but everyone seems to be walking through this particular path here. And maybe they're avoiding the road. Anyway, look, businesses, whenever there's protests, at least for us, we're looking at the impact on businesses. A number of them have closed. So Kingsley, it is expected that there'll be a productivity hit depending on who's closing down where. What do you make of the productivity impact?
It's generally like the general phenomenon that you try to see economic activity slow, given all this. And that's why I believe that policymakers will be ardent listeners at this time to try to prevent such hit to GDP. If you've noticed, we've been experiencing more like a stagflation effect, with high inflation and low growth. Growth figures will likely, be showing all these signs that we begin to see. And pretty much at this point in time, we just, just be cautious to be able to see how this plays out. We are not the only country going through this cost of living crisis. Our European counterparts have pretty much dealt with the same thing, and they've deployed policy, and we've seen how that has panned out, in recent times. You've seen inflation abate, in the US, in the UK, and the likes, and you've seen, global central banks starting to move towards policy normalization in that regard. So I believe that policymakers, again, will be attendant to the negative consequence of this, and they would definitely respond in due regard.
You're doing very well. We were supposed to talk about central bank normalization, so you're doing fantastic, Kingsley. Let's go to Enugu. We have another correspondent there. Let's head over. Let's leave Lagos and head to the Coal City. Coal City. We've got one of our correspondents on ground there. Good morning. So what is the latest in Enugu?
Good morning. Enugu is so calm, so quiet, people going about their businesses, just few of them anyways. The place is a bit dry because people are in their homes for the fear of the unknown. So there's no protest going on in any part of Enugu State.
All right, Ifewa Oguye, thank you for the update. So, how much of Enugu have you covered? There's no reports, nothing on social media. Why is that? Why is there no protest in Enugu? Is it that people in Enugu are doing better than everybody else? Why is nothing happening in Enugu?
Okay, the few persons we spoke to, they say there's no need for that, that the governor of Enugu State is trying his best, that the thing, that the whole problem happening in Nigeria shouldn't always be about the federal, that the states can go ahead and put their house in order, that there's no need for the protests.
That is very interesting. We've had a lot of conversations about, particularly for minimum wage, bringing it down to the state level and moving away from things at the federal. And we did, in fact, Arise News was one of the media houses that interviewed Governor Umba 1 year into his tenure, and he talked about a whole lot of things he had been doing. So perhaps, as you're saying, the indigents in Enugu seem to be happy. What about businesses? Are businesses open? Every other thing else moving along? Transportation, buses, taxis?
Just very few of them. Very few. The major malls in Enugu are not open. Even the filling stations, it's just very few businesses that are open. Majority of them are locked down.
Okay, because I assume that would be the case because they're a bit nervous about how things could turn out. So is there any forecast as to things returning to normal tomorrow? How do you see, what's the sentiment like? Do you think normal business resumes tomorrow?
I feel people will still want to observe what will happen in the morning hours, probably towards afternoon or evening hours. That's when they will start coming out.
Ifeanyi Ogbuye, our
looking
correspondent.
at the proposed.
Right. Thank you so much for the update. Thank you so much. Ifeanyi Ogbuye in Enugu. Let's head now to Abuja.
Thank you.
All right, great stuff. Let's head to Abuja now. Ferdinand Duroye is with us. Okay, there's some action in Abuja. There's something going on. Ferdinand, what is the latest? I see you walking with the people. Tell us what is happening.
Well, thank you so much, Rotus. Well, you definitely can hear the sound of the protesters right now. And it's a walk from the National Stadium. And they say they're actually walking into town. Now, that's the situation right now. Now, let's not forget that this is not exactly what the government planned. We're talking about the protest. They had been restricted to the National Stadium. But at this point, after about 2 hours at the National Stadium, we saw a large mammoth crowd gather. And right now, they are making that walk into town. Now, your guess is as good as mine, that along the line, there might be 1 or 2 activities from the security operatives to stop this crowd, to stop these protesters from getting into town. Now, if you know Abuja very well, we have about 2 kilometers more to walk before you get to the 3 Arms zone, where we have the National Assembly, and then also not too far away from the villa. So at that point, that intervention by the security operatives would happen. It's exactly what we do not know. But this is definitely not what was planned in terms of the security operatives trying to curtail this protest.
Ferdinand, do you want to, I'm seeing signs of enough is enough, end revolution now. What are these guys, what do they want? They say end bad government. Is there any specifics? I don't know if you want to take the chance to ask anybody. What are the specific, what do they want? What do they want? End bad government, how? Yeah, ask him, ask this gentleman. He seems really passionate.
Now, I'm just going to ask you a very same question.
Yeah.
Now, you guys have been shouting "end bad government." Well, what are those things? What are those ways? You definitely are calling on the government to indeed make a change right now.
We want the government to bring fuel down. That's the major thing. Even the minimum wage self, we don't need it. Let him bring fuel down so that things will come down. That's all. Let bad government cease. End.
Well.
Okay.
You can hear him already talking about bringing the price of fuel down.
So he wants fuel to go.
One suggestion that he has made.
You should have asked him how much, 185 or 100 naira? When they say bring fuel down, how much are we talking about here? What was?
Well, I think on the description, if my camera person can just do justice to this, Boris, he said something concerning a plate of food, bill at about 550 naira. He wanted to be at 250 naira. Fuel, he says a liter for now.
There we go. 100 naira.
Just some of those mathematics were some things.
I see it. He wants 100 naira per liter fuel. Oh man, we're clear. We are clear. Okay. Okay.
Well, that's exactly some of the sum total of the protesters now.
Right.
But we'll keep walking. We join the crowd. Well, behind us, you can see the numbers. It's building. And let's see exactly how far we can go into the town. But obviously, I still want to point out that there are still some kind of security arrangements made. And then just by my left, not too far, well, also you can see ambulances that have been made available. Well, thus far, we've not seen any situation as regards anyone collapsing. So those ambulances and the other facilities put for medical needs have not come into play at all.
Well, look, Ferdinand, we know you cover sports, so you're a pretty healthy guy. So you walking 2 more kilometers, that should be no problem for you. What about businesses? Are businesses around there? Are they shutting down? Nobody's open, right? What's the situation with the firms, SMEs there?
Yes, talking about the situation as regards workers today. Well, in this part of town, well, you have mostly the government parastatals, and you can see that, most of the offices are indeed locked. Well, for those of them that are not locked, I want to guess some skeletal arrangements going on. But what I can confirm to you is that as regards the local government, there are no local government workers at work today. Well, they've asked everybody to sit at home. And then trust me also, as regards small and medium-scale businesses, well, in the markets, much of what will be happening today is just some kind of awareness. Don't forget, the last time, such a protest happened, well, we saw casualties. We saw some attacks at those market places. And one thing that the government did yesterday was some kind of sensitization, telling the marketers and the owners of stores and the executives at the marketplaces to protect their things from being looted, to protect their stores, their shops, their markets from thieves. And so a whole lot of that, a whole lot of such sensitization was exactly what took place. So I don't think any much is happening as regards buying and selling, but everybody's just trying to be very, very careful, because this definitely has the capacity to go south when you take a look at the crowd, and then when you take a look at the efforts that the government have done to indeed restrict this protest.
As you were speaking, there were 2 gentlemen with a sign that said, "Make lawmaking a part-time job." I badly wanted you to grab one of those gentlemen and ask them what they meant by that about, lawmakers working only part-time. But generally, Ferdinand, I think it's been peaceful so far. So it looks like, as you said, no violence so far, which is a good thing. No loss of life. Nobody's collapsed. No buildings have been vandalized. The security forces are there. So it's peaceful so far, Ferdinand, yes?
All right. Well, we will definitely try to take care of ourselves. Thank you so much, Brutus.
All right. Thank you so much. Ferdinand Dure over in Abuja. So, Kingsley, 100 naira fuel, is that just wishful thinking, or what do you make of some of these demands that we're seeing here?
No, cheeky question to ask me. For now,
take a shot.
For now, the truth is, I'd rather not delve into that realm.
Right into the demands, yeah.
Right. Whatever they really want to demand for is left to them.
Yeah,
and I believe they know the pain points to which they are coming from. We just like to stick to the numbers,
right,
and stick to the economics,
Well, I mean, I know you're a markets guy. You don't want to get into this, but there is an economic angle to that, because if you go take fuel, it was 185 before, right? Take it to 100, then there's obviously fiscal structure repercussions for that, for it going back to that price. But I think the sense here is that people are feeling the pinch. What about the time it takes for reforms to kick in? I think this is we're feeling the short-term pain. Is that the best way to explain what is going on? And people don't have patience in terms of letting these reforms work out over time. Is that a fair assessment of what's going on? At least from the economic angle of it anyway, as far as pace of reforms.
Well, looking at the reforms, government has, as I said, put forward the agricultural policies that they feel is going to be able to get them to the promised land. Obviously, the citizenry just feel, they need this stuff to be done immediately. But as I said, I would rather want to stick to,
Central bank decisions, like the Bank of Japan, the Bank of England, and the Fed. Well, look, Kingsley, I appreciate. You see, this is why we have the best guests on Arise News, because you guys are so flexible. We're supposed to have been talking about central bank monetary policy normalization, but the protests, they take priority. Kingsley, we want to have you back. All right. I thank you so much for joining us on the show, Kingsley Okereke, head of securities dealing at Zpress Group. Chika Mbonu is next. You want to hear what he has to say about what's going on. So stay tuned. You're watching the protests, the ongoing protests, live coverage. Arise News will be right back.
A little too much for a small save? Well, that's Access Bank's Diamond Extra. You too can win big this season, as Diamond Extra Season 16 is back. With at least 5,000 Naira in your Diamond Extra account, 200 lucky people stand a chance of winning loads of cash every month till December. 1,000 lucky people will get free digital marketing training, and 3 lucky people will drive home with brand new cars each during this Extra Flex season. So, what are you waiting for?
My kids are more than precious to me. Seeing them doing well, healthy and happy brings me so much joy. I know it's my responsibility to ensure they are well nourished. So I use Dangote salt in my cooking. It is high quality salt that refined and iodized to give great taste to my meals and also for my family's and well-being. And it's got a name that I trust. Dangote salt is refined and iodized to help prevent iodine deficiency disorders. So give your family meals that taste delicious and support their well-being with Dangote salt. It's time to care about your salt. Choose quality, choose Dangote salt.
Yes. Okay. All right, this is, of course, Arise News continued coverage of protests across Nigeria. We are now live in Port Harcourt in Rivers State. So you can see a couple of gentlemen there waving Nigerian flags. This is about the country. All right, and we're going to get, of course, continued coverage now. Let's see as we get. All right, so we're going to get one of our, of course, our correspondents who is getting ready there to tell us the lay of the land over in Port Harcourt. So far, you've seen protests to some extent in Lagos, nothing in Enugu so far. Abuja, very, very active. And now, all right, so I think we're going to go to our correspondent now over in Port Harcourt. Okay, so we'll get to him in just a second. Chika Mbonu is with us, Arise business analyst. Chika, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate you coming out of the house because everybody has been staying home. You've talked a lot about cost of living. What do you make of what you've seen so far?
When we talk about Nigeria, sometimes it's sad commentary because you will hear people say that we are not supposed to be suffering the way we are suffering.
Right.
This is a nation that is... I'm just tired of talking about it on this program.
Of course, I know.
We're a nation that is endowed with, literally every kind of wealth that God has blessed us with. But, since time immemorial, let me speak that kind of English.
Yes.
We have been buffeted with, poor management of the economy, poor management of our resources. Even the situation that we face today, I used to be very reserved.
Yes.
Wondering whether I'm being too aggressive when I attack the sub-national government. You heard what, I don't know, I read what Governor Sule of Nasarawa State government said, that one of the things that citizens, we're talking about this strike.
Yes.
And he was saying that one of the things the citizens should do is to go back to the states and ask their state governors, what have they done with the, the revenues that have been becoming multiples to the states compared to, what used to come. That for his state, he mentioned the things they've been doing.
Yep.
That have created employment and, put resources in the hands of people. I thought about it here several times in this program. And I said, one of the things we have been endowed with is land, so much land. Instead of looking for sophisticated jobs in offices and people, the governors can make agriculture more interesting.
Yes.
The other things in IT, there's so many things people can do. So you see a lot of states now and much richer than they were 1 year, 2 years ago, but the standard of living has gotten worse and worse. So is fuel, can fuel become 100 naira? In our desire, to push the boundaries, there's also some dose of realism. We have to introduce some of these things.
Right.
One of the things that, let it not be like the story of the hen that laid the golden egg.
Yeah.
You just kill the egg, kill the hen so you can get all the egg. If you want to get full at 100 naira, maybe the refineries will not work.
Right.
After selling the stock that you have, you may not have another stock to sell. So there's a lot to be done. And with what happened in the last 2-3 days or the last 1 week, trying to, by the government side, trying to moderate these protests,
yes,
you can know that, if they have been consistently doing all those things, the life of citizens would have been much better.
I think we're going to go back to Port Harcourt now. Andy Omano is our correspondent on the ground. Andy, can you hear me? I saw you at the roundabout with gentlemen waving flags. What's the situation in Port Harcourt in Rivers State? I'm supposed to be joining Andy Omano in Port Harcourt. Andy, what's the latest situation there? All right, so any moment now, we're going to be getting Andy Omano in Port Harcourt in Rivers State. We had images there with folks waving flags. They were at a roundabout. There he is. It's raining. He has an umbrella. Okay, Andy, go ahead.
From the main entrance to Government House, where youths in their thousands, they are here this morning when we set out before my colleague Mary Shinda handed over the reportorial baton to me. We were here earlier on and it was like a graveyard. That was at about 9:30 to 10. But this, as we speak, the entire main entrance to Government House has been overtaken by protesters. But the good news about it is the entire system is fortified. You have men of the Nigeria police, men of the civil defense who are here to ensure that there is no breakdown of law and order. But the protesters in their hundreds are insisting on one thing. They want to talk to the governor of the state, whom they refer to as their father. They want to talk to Governor Fubara, who to them must talk to them now in order to communicate their message to Mr. President concerning the hardship that Nigerians are experiencing as we speak. So as we speak, you can hear the noise in the background. The entire main entrance to Government House is filled up. They defy the rain. I must add that quickly, Rotus, that they defy the rain. That is why you see me under an umbrella. It is trying to, the heavens have opened its voice, but these protesters will not allow any rain to deter them. They are insisting that they want to meet with Mr. Governor in the person of similarly Fubara to address them. over the hardship that Nigerians are currently going through. But earlier on, we had interviewed a couple of them who insist that one, they want the fuel price reduced. They've also called for the government to make sure that there is subsidy on foodstuff, as it were, because that where the rich go to buy is also the same market they are equally going to buy. Over to you, Rotus.
Andy, thank you so much for the breakdown there. So look, I remember during the NSARS protest in Lagos, Governor Sanwo-Olu actually came out to meet the protesters at one point. In other parts of the city, in other the representatives were sent out. What's the response from the Fubara administration? Have you heard from anyone? Is anyone going to come out and talk to them, a liaison or anything like that? What is the feedback from government, or have you heard nothing at all so far?
Okay, yes, very likely, very likely that there is going to be a representative of the governor to come address these protesters. I see that happening, though we are yet to see anybody, but they are here in front of the government house. I'm talking, Rotus, from the benefit of hindsight. I've had the opportunity of covering several protests here in Rivers State, specifically Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, and in Government House here, the main entrance. What usually happens is if the head of service is not coming to address the protesters, one or two key government officials, the Secretary to State Government, will do. And I think these protesters are looking forward to the governor sending a representative to talk to them on his behalf. If that doesn't happen, I don't think they will take it lightly, because they want to hear from the governor. But I have with me here, I don't know if we have ample time to do this quickly. I have one of the leaders of the protesters who I'm going to bring on camera right away to tell us specifically from the horse's mouth why they are protesting and why they are in front of Government House here, even after when the governor had addressed different organizations yesterday to say, look, we can understand your plight, but please tarry, don't hit the street by way of protest. Can I have Gogo Wellington?
Yes, please.
Yeah, he's
yes.
Gogo Wellington.
Yes.
Gogo Wellington is one of the organizers of the protest. Gogo, that's your camera.
Good afternoon, Omano. Good afternoon. I want to correct that. I am not one of the organizers. I am a protester, like every other person. So for the main purpose for this protest is, as the name implies, a move to end bad governance. We have witnessed the continuous widening of the gap between the ruling class and the people. The continuous inflation, it has become so bad that people find it very hard to even afford a single meal a day. And the government is not sensitive to the plight of the common man. No matter what the people say, no matter the agenda the people push, the government gives an adamant ear. They keep approving billions and billions and billions for their personal consumption when the common man cannot even afford a meal a day. The common man cannot pay his transport fare to and from work. You see them contending so much when it has to do with minimum wage, but when it has to do with their own allocation, when it has to do with their own collections, they don't tone it down. We protested and argued against the approval of millions of naira for vehicles for National Assembly members. They went ahead to approve it. We protested against the authorization of billions of naira for the renovation of the House of the Vice President, about 20 billion naira for renovation of the House of the Vice President. They went ahead to do it. Allocations are keep coming up abruptly without consideration for the common man. So what place does the common man have? We want a renegotiation of this entire exchange. The people do not matter. So we want to matter in the scheme of things. The Nigerian people want to matter in the scheme of things. That's why we're here. And we are not really interested in the governor coming out to address us, because our brunt is not with the governor. This is the seat of power in Rivers State. We're just here. It has a symbolism of our recognition of the seat of power in Rivers State, but this is not our center. We're not really interested because the governor cannot address the issues that we have brought to the fore. We are addressing these issues to the president of Nigeria. This is a Hail Mary call. Nigerians are suffering, Nigerians are starving, and something needs to be done urgently to address the ordeals of the common man in Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Gogo. That's Gogo Wellington from here. He just corrected me He's not one of the organizers of the protest, but he's actually a protester. Rotus, that is what seems to be going on here. As we speak now, that is the propensity. And so we'll get across to you, because for you, everything we would run with. Right. And we are still here, keeping a pace on what we can get. But they are here.
Can you quickly,
yes.
Wait, I really need you to ask him this question here, because he seems to be completely absolving the executive governor of Rivers State that has a state budget for the indigents of Rivers State. He's skipping over him and saying this is going to the federal government. Rivers State gets a FAC allocation. In fact, I think it's the third highest FAC allocation after Lagos and Delta State. So can you please ask Gogo, how is it that he can completely ignore Rivers and say, we're not here for the governor and this is for the federal government? I really need to get some clarity from him on that.
Okay, Gogo, the question to you. Several allocations have come. What do you make of the allocations that have come from the federal government to Rivers State? Have they been well expended? I want you to answer to that while you face the camera.
You know, because of the disharmony in Rivers State and the continuous interference of the center in the affairs of Rivers State, it is so difficult to ascertain the state of things. When it comes to distribution of palliatives, we don't want palliatives. We don't want things to be sent to us like we're a charity case. We're not a charity case. We want institutional change. A change that comes from the top to the bottom, a change that is representative of the ideology of decentralization that we have been talking about, the unbundling of the limited liability company called Nigeria, because we need to decentralize and reduce the weight on the federal government. Let those at the localities take more decisions when it has to do with the affairs of governance in Rivers State. We cannot at the end of the day keep referring to presidency when it comes to issues that can be handled locally. Let issues that can be handled locally be put down to the people at the local level to handle their affairs. Exclusive lists should just contain things like defense and other issues that the presidency should concern themselves with, like external relations and all that. But as per Rivers State here, for now, we want a decentralization, unbundling of the national structure, of the current structure that exists, which condones corruption, which enables the center to keep pilfering and emptying our vault of the as Niger Delta people. We are Niger Delta people. We fund the center. So what is present here should be representative of the wealth that we have in store in the Niger Delta. So, but what is currently going on is not representative of that. Go to the communities. You hardly find amenities. There is no power outside majority of the local government, outside Rivers State. Yet we say we are the center. We have oil. We have all what? We fund the national budget, but we cannot be bold enough to say we have amenities to actually represent the fact that we are the treasure base of the nation. So what we're talking about is the renegotiation of this structure we call Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Gogo. And so, Rotus, that's Gogo Wellington for you. You may have put it in perspective the way you want it, but like I told you earlier on, when we were here in the first running, there was no crowd here, but here we are, still in front of the government house. The crowd has amassed here, and they are demanding for one thing, that can this hardship be a little bit softened by the Nigerian government. They have said it. They are not here to meet Mr. Governor. They are here as a symbolism, the fact that this is the seat of government. They are here to drive with a point, and they are looking forward to a situation where government at the center will indeed listen and hearken to the plight of the ordinary Nigerian who is in the street. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Andy Omano on this on a rainy day in Port Harcourt in Rivers State. Thank you so much, Andy. We appreciate it. We'll come back to you later in the day. Chika, I really want your thoughts on this, because the whole dynamic of our skipping the governor, we're not going to talk to Fubara, we won't talk to the federal government. Please, what? Because you just talked about governors a few minutes ago.
I think it's the lack of understanding and appreciation of the way the governance structure of Nigeria is organized. And from beginning, apart from the comments he's making about what should reside with the federal government of Nigeria and what should be hosted by the states and local government, that's for politicians to play around.
Yeah.
But the issue, it has to do again, like what I'm talking about, that the states get so much and local government get so much allocation.
Right.
And what have they been doing with it? No, hitherto, before the Supreme Court judgment, we all knew what is happening to local government allocations.
Yes.
Whenever they come, they enter into the purse of the capo, the titi of the state,
yeah,
and then they dispense of it whatever they like. And the kind of things local government should do, they don't do them. Infant mortality, some of these maternity homes, and even the earth roads, nothing is done. Water, nothing is provided. So the issue is that states are getting richer, but the citizens are getting poorer and poorer.
Right.
I would have thought, therefore, that would have seen an appreciation in the human condition, living condition of Nigerian citizens. With the, we lost, exchange rate. You know how it happens for those economies. The exchange rate, we knew all from the beginning, the exchange rate was going to balloon the revenue earnings of states.
Yes.
Even though it's going to transfer inflation to the citizens.
Yes.
So we are hoping that the revenues that, accrue to the state now, they will use it to moderate the effects of this inflation. Now, see, Rotus, I like doing analogies.
Of course.
If you have a major surgery, the doctors don't just say, oh, Rotus, just bear the pain.
Right.
In 1 month's time, the pain will be over. No, they give you some, medication.
Yeah.
Temporary medication to take you over that period until you get much better. Which are like the palliatives.
Right.
One of the criticisms that I've had about the policies that came in was the fact that some of these medicines were not put in place before they happened. And what we're just seeing are things. So in the last 1 week or 2 weeks, initially there was a bravado. Don't protest. We will do this. IG. This, you have battalion of police and whatever, practicing how to shoot people.
Yeah.
Then Abuja was like a case study. The minister of Abuja initially wanted to punch, kill and go. Subsequently, he came and started going around communities, started negotiating and talking. If you explain to people what's happening, it's easier to bear. And then let me tie it into, when I say if you explain to people what's happening, it's easier to bear. Let me tie it into what I call the optics.
Yes.
The optics. Now, let me pick on the Senate president, for example.
Oh, Lord.
He has not, rebutted
what he said yesterday or the day before yesterday.
You guys can go and protest.
You are eating.
What is the protest about? Hunger.
Right.
We're protesting about hunger, not that we're not able to eat.
Right.
Then you say, you guys can go and protest. We continue to eat.
Yeah.
Now, he
has highly insensitive comments.
And he has been known to make this kind of comments. So what I'm communicating here is that the optics, you tell the citizens of the country, continue to sacrifice. There's some governors in neighboring states of Lagos that telling citizens, sacrifice, bear with us.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, all the roads in the states are in bad state. You cannot pass through anywhere in the states.
Insecurity
in some states.
Yeah.
So what have they been doing? Like Governor Sulo just said, I think he said yesterday in one of the television stations, he says, ask the governors what they have been doing with the extra money they've been getting.
Right.
So the optics are not being right. So protesting is a I'm not damning to politics now, is an expression of democracy. In the countries where they don't allow people to protest, usually they don't associate with democracy.
Right.
Now, but the issue is that you can always talk about things. Citizens are very understanding. You remember that when we're talking about this government, when they came into play, and I said, you asked me a question, I said, how do they communicate the suffering the citizens?
Right.
Make citizens be. I said, let the president come out and say this. I remember I said it, I said, look at who I am. My salary is supposed to be 5 million naira, but I'm taking 20% of that.
Right.
All my ministers are this. All the cast we have, only one that we'll be using now. But yet also everything I had to do with renovation of this place or whatever be suspended. We'll feel you, we'll sacrifice with you. But that's not what we're hearing.
Yeah.
One of the first things the new government did was when they visited the president of the Lagos State, you saw the number of vehicles that were in the convoy. And it has not ended.
Yeah.
It has not ended. So you see, the citizens are suffering, and they are telling them to sacrifice. There's an element of disconnect in the communication.
Yeah.
So I would have thought also that if I were, you see, there are two reactions to what the citizens are doing today. I go back to during the military regime.
Mm-hmm.
When we had this Abiola riot, protest or whatever, there was only one governor, the governor of Lagos State that time was Mawa. He was the only person who came out to join the citizens to protest.
Yeah.
Because the citizens saw that he was working and he could tell them. Now, the state governors who are doing something could identify with the citizens and say, it's your right to go and protest. I'm doing my best here, but go and express yourself. The other ones who are doing nothing, what are they doing? Police commissioner, come and bring your platoon. GOC commander, army, come on. That's what they're spending their time doing. You know, how to attack the citizens and prevent them from protesting, you know, because they're not doing the right things.
Yeah.
You know, so it's just that we are too rich in this country to suffer the way we're suffering.
Yeah.
If our resources are harnessed better, managed better, those in leadership sacrifice more, and bear the kind of pains that citizens are bearing, you know, things will be better.
Yeah.
Not somebody telling us go and protest and then
we're still eating.
as we're still eating.
Well, Chika, what do you make of this? These are some of their, I guess, 12-point demands. Yeah, so you can take them.
I revert petroleum pump price to 100 naira per liter. I already told you that one that it's not very unreasonable. It's not unreasonable, unrealistic, you know, unless we go back to the era. Even Saudi Arabia, that is so rich, even Qatar that's so rich. A lot of these countries are richer than us.
Yeah.
You know, their petrol prices are higher than ours. So unless government becomes so rich that now we just say want to bless the citizens, and so let's subsidize fuel to that level, but we can't carry that.
Yeah.
During the Buhari regime, Rotus, you heard me in this program shouting and screaming, "We broke country!"
Right? Yeah.
We broke country. And then some people will come and call us, what's that? Wailing wellers.
Yeah.
This thing now. So now we are hearing all those things we saw that time happening. We can't carry this other now.
Well, okay? Insecurity, you've talked about that.
No, this is a felon.
Yeah. Insecurity.
I didn't know that the police can mobilize and they can mobilize the way to harmless citizens, the way they mobilized.
Yeah.
You saw somebody put out something that the bandits in Zamfara and some other states are actually rejoicing.
Yeah.
Because the police could actually see how they are marching to the harmless, hungry citizens to prevent them from protesting.
Yeah.
You know, so again, it's better articulation, killing of self-interest. We've had so many stories about self-interest. We've had so many stories about why the insecurities continue, that some people are getting from it and so on and so forth. I don't know. I don't sit up there, so I'm sure the president has a full picture of what's happening.
Yeah.
He has all security reports, but this has to be stopped. No place in the country now is almost safe.
It's exactly.
No place in the country is safe now.
There's also something about closing all the IDP camps and then relocating the camp, resettling the campers. Where would they go if you're going to close the camps?
See, Rotus.
Yeah.
For a country that's not at war, Nigeria is a shame with these IDP camps.
Yeah.
It's a shame. You know, the IDP camps are supposed to be temporary abodes. You know, when a state governor or somebody comes out and tell you that everywhere is secure now, everywhere is safe now, why haven't they, you know, decentralized the IDP?
Yeah. Okay.
Do you get a point?
Yeah.
So that's why, you know, people speak one way and the result shows the other way. And then it's now, if you read stories about what happens in IDP camps, you'll be ashamed for Nigeria.
And I hear the way they look, the state of affairs is terrible.
Terrible. The health system, the feeding system. We hear so many underage children getting raped and pregnant. So many things happening there.
Yeah.
You know, people are living, you know, off nylon bags and left their homes. And then maybe also, remember these people are supposed to be farming also in their farms.
Right.
So everything in Nigeria adds up to that.
Right.
We have food inflation. Look at IDP camps.
Yeah.
You know, so that's the issue. This is actually, for a nation that's not aware, you know, this IDP camp is a big embarrassment to our country.
There's another one, I think, electoral reform. They want to probe the 355 billion. I think we should put that back up. The 355 billion that I think has been allocated to INEC or so. Where is that? Yeah, it's there. Well, that's an electoral thing, though. Yeah, total electoral reform, independent provincial electoral budget of 355 billion.
Let me put it this way.
Yeah.
I'm not going to dabble into politics.
Of course.
All I can tell you is this, that I've always said that the day Nigeria will actually turn, to what it's supposed to be, is the day that elections will be won and lost on the basis of the, what you have done during your tenure.
Right.
Not the police commissioner.
Right.
Not the GOC commander. Not federal might, or as the case may be. Not the money that you bribe people overnight, and the fact that you go there, and it's a shame because there's some countries near us here, that during election nothing happens, what goes on, and people just go and vote, no killing and whatever. So that is the problem. So if I want to talk about election, it is that election that we will carry out, and our vote will count.
Right.
There's no legalistic manipulation. There's nothing like this one worked, this one didn't work, therefore this. And then now, in Nigeria, a lot of the elections are determined by the judicial system. All those kind of things have to stop. Let election be such. You see the kind of things that happen. The last election tried, in some instances, where at the first round of election, where people who didn't have any platform actually went and won election before their eyes opened, and the powers that be did the things they did in the second round to tighten things. So that's the kind of thing I'm looking at. That you stand up here, you have the same platform, you can debate, you can challenge whoever is the incumbent, and then you have a better something. People will vote you in. That's the kind of electoral reform that we're looking for. Whether there's a budget or not, but those are the issues. Those are the issues on Nigeria, and that's the. Okay,
Chika, let me take your attention to this. This is live in Abuja. We're seeing tear gas being used to disperse protesters. So you can see armed guards. You can hear the shots now. We were hoping for no violent activity, but yeah. So you see there the police there. It reminds me very much of what we saw in Kenya. Although, of course, there in Kenya, just to make the difference, lives were lost there. No lives have been lost here in Nigeria. But wow, this is some serious armed. We can. Chika, go ahead. I mean, what do you think of?
I mean, it's something we were talking about some minutes ago.
Yeah.
And
to see how they mobilize against peaceful protesters versus,
and it has never changed.
Yeah.
So a provocation now can get this out of hand.
Yeah.
In this program, one time, I wrote it again. We'll try to speak well in this program. As I said, Nigeria, the people in power should realize this, that our country is like a land that has been littered, they have poured fuel everywhere, petrol everywhere.
Exactly.
And they're just watching for somebody to light the match. Because this thing they're doing now, the word is, people can see it in the Instagram now. Suddenly it can evaporate in Port Harcourt.
Exactly.
It can evaporate in Cross River State. We just kill one person now, and you see this thing take another turn altogether. And so they should just be very careful. As IG has advised them, they should be very, very careful. Allow people to protest. Allow people to protest.
Well, okay, but on the other side, Chika, I guess we should talk about the chance that this could be hijacked by vandals, right? We should acknowledge that as well.
No, of course.
Yeah.
If they, Ab initio will know that it can be hijacked by vandals.
Yes.
But we know how the vandals work in Nigeria too. The people who are protesting have a purpose.
Yeah.
The vandals must have a counter purpose to the vandals.
Yes,
so just look at it that way.
Yeah.
So who is sponsoring the vandals?
Right.
Because the people who are protesting are peaceful. They're going on the street.
Yeah.
They have a purpose. They want to communicate.
Yeah.
You saw the people in government house in Port Harcourt. Is there any vandal? They want to hear the governor talk. So now, when the vandals come in now, who sponsored the vandal? How do they come in?
All right, I think we have, we're trying to get some shots there as far as what's going on in Abuja. Again, live images here. You're watching Arise News coverage of the protests across the country, and you can see the police officers, they fire tear gas, they are armed, they are walking across the streets, and as Chika Mbonu has said, let peace reign. I can still hear the shots.
Yeah. Let peace reign.
Yeah.
Because if this gets out of hand, there's a report of somebody that has been killed now. I mean, look at the last answer. You know how it started.
Right.
The killing of a protester, and then the tinderbox will just blow up. This thing can get out of hand. So let them just manage. Everybody just cool down, take it easy, and let this thing today pass.
Chika, I remember during NSAS, you came to talk about businesses and their impact. So there's a productivity hit to all of this, right?
Of course. I mean, a lot of business.
They've grabbed this guy. He says he's a journalist. This is what we're talking about. We don't need this. This is the press. This is a member of the press. The police should not be doing this. The man has a camera. He has a jacket. He says he's a journalist. He should not be accosted by police. What did he do? Everybody there is saying he's a journalist. What is the problem? Okay, good. Okay, good. So the police are...
Yeah, the senior people have come to take care.
Senior people have come to diffuse the situation. We don't need this. This is what we were just talking about just now. So if you're watching, a journalist has been accosted by at least one police officer. He was being pulled away from perhaps getting too close to where the tear gas was being shot. You heard everybody there saying he's a journalist, let him go. And to the credit of the police, as Chika just pointed out, another police officer came and pulled his colleague away and said, allow the journalist to do his job, I think. And we're still hearing more shots of, I think, tear gas or so. We really hope this does not escalate. That is the last thing we need right now. Oh, my. Again, Chika, it's and I think the reason why our cameraman kept facing his camera to the floor is he doesn't want to get the wrath of police officers that he's pointing the camera at them.
Yes.
That's the reason why he kept pointing at the floor, to pretend like he's hanging it on the side.
Our police never like you to film them.
Wait, why? Can you talk to that? Why do they not like, when you bring out your phone, they get very violent.
But see, the problem is that...
It's really odd. I don't know why they do this.
The problem is they stopped me one day and... we're trying to do all this filming thing.
Right.
And the phone going. And I said, see, guys, do you know that I have a camera on my watch?
With technology, your glasses.
My glasses.
I have camera in your glasses.
That you can hold my phone, but I can still film all this thing.
Yes.
What is it? Is this country that we're in?
But shouldn't leadership in the police sensitize police officers that when you see cameras, it's journalism. It's
accountability.
Accountability.
Accountability. But when you're doing a bad thing,
you don't want to be seen.
Don't want to be seen. That's what it is,
Oh, gosh. Look, again, I hope that journalist is safe.
It's our country,
yeah.
And we have no other country but Nigeria. And the leadership and the citizens must work together to make sure things work, this country survives.
Right.
As I said before, we have it all. I mean, we shouldn't be we shouldn't be suffering this way, the way the citizens are suffering. Everything that is resources is in this country. But would just be mismanaged. You look at our oil production.
Right.
Yeah, our quota. We can't even meet out.
You have said there should be a state of emergency.
I kept saying in this program that if I were the president, I would declare state of emergency in the oil industry. And I mean, of course, I kept screaming it in this program. And then subsequently, I think the NMPC MD, said,
we got to round up, Chika. Okay, Newsday is next. We continue, of course, Arise News, the best place to follow up on everything going on in Nigeria right now. So stay tuned. Newsday will take over. The protest coverage continues on Arise News.
We are thrilled to have you on board as we chart the course for our next chapter. We're inviting you to take up your rights in full for 19 naira 75 kobo per share. From the 8th of July to 14th of August, take advantage of the chance to acquire one more ordinary share for every 2 shares in your portfolio. Visit www.theaccesscorporation.com to subscribe. Access Holdings, where financial solutions connect the world.
Guy, with the rising cost of things, we need to plan our next move.
Guy, I agree with you. I mean, with the money we make, we should not be struggling with our finances now.
Maybe you both need better banking options.
What do you know about better banking options?
I recently moved my salary account to Polaris Bank, and since then, it's been a smooth ride for me. They bought over my existing loan and gave me better interest rates and repayment terms.
Are you serious?
Yes, as a Polaris salary account holder, I can get personal term loan, auto loan, mortgage, 50% salary advance, credit card, and more without going to the bank.
Really?
I've got a personal term loan already. See, here's my credit card too.
How do I make the move?
Simple. Open a Polaris salary account on Vault. Use salary account as your referral code.
My guy, I am moving my salary account now.
Get personal term loan and more with your Polaris salary account. Vault is available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
Salary earners.
Listen, oh. Let me first of all thank you. I'm thanking you because you're peaceful. That is the first thing. I'm thanking you because you're here. I'm thanking you because you're here to demand for a better. You're here because you want a better Nigeria, is it not? But like I said yesterday, I am one of you. I feel your pain. And in our own government here, we are doing everything to make life easy for our people. But you see, this particular protest that we are doing now, our only worry is that we know that a lot of people are planning to take advantage of this protest to destroy our state. But we will not allow it. So, like I said before, I want to thank you for being peaceful. I already know your problems. We will communicate your problems to the federal government. Like I said, it is not easy. It is not easy. But we know quite all right that very soon everything will be well. Starting from our own state. Starting from our own state, everything will be well. What we just need is to support the government. Support the government. Support the policy. In the beginning of the policy, it might be harsh, but at the end, everything will be fine. We are going to make sure that we make life easy for you. Our youth. I know that you're hungry. I know that you're hungry. Okay. I agree with you. There is hunger. We agree. But because we preach good governance, hunger will disappear very soon. Please, like I said, we are going to support you. I am not against your protest, but we will not support any violent process. We will not support anything that will destroy our state. We will not join force with the enemy of progress. I will support you. I will support you. Before you leave here, I will give you small thing, at least to take buy pure water and bread. Aluta continue, but peacefully. Let's talk. Is he going to talk?
Your Excellency, sir. Your Excellency, sir. Arise. Have a moment with you.
Port Harcourt, Rivers State, where we've just heard
the governor of the state, Siminalayi Fubara, who has come out to reaffirm that his government is tolerant to the demands of the protesters and respects their right to come out and assemble, but implored that they do so in a peaceful way. Of course, he was met with a lot of support from the people who are on the ground. I understand Mary Chinda is in conversation with the governor. Let's see if we can get this interview with the governor, Siminalayi Fubara.
Beyond you giving them kickbacks and making political promises to them.
You did ask that we had fears that the protest might be hijacked. For me, I have never had any fear that it will be hijacked because I know that we have always been a government that is concerned about the people. I only worry is maybe some elements who has taken it upon themselves to make governance difficult in our state, penetrating through this means to create additional problem. But if it has to do with the protesters, I don't have any fear. Their demands are germane, I understand. Hardship, bad governance. But like I always tell them, we must start from somewhere. Initial policies might not be friendly, but that is always at the end of it. If we are patient, tolerant, when I say patient and we are tolerant, there's no way the policies will not yield a positive progress and development for our state. I understand their feelings. Cost of living, cost of every aspect of it. Is it food? Is it cost to rent? Is it medical bills? We understand what is happening. But we were coming from somewhere very bad. And the government, right from the head, from the central, is trying to make sure that some of these things are properly addressed. You can't address them in one day. You can even see what's the exchange rate today. When the government came in, what was the exchange rate? It was below 300. But today we're doing 1,600. It's even a challenge to the government. So we are appealing as a government that everybody should be patient. I believe that with a little time, allowing these policies to materialize, things will be normalized. That is my feeling. I'm not scared. These ones are genuine protesters. There's no way anybody will hijack them. But we know those ones that have been masterminded or sponsored by some elements who believe they don't want this state to be peaceful. But we're working on that. And we are trying everything with the security agencies. We had the security meeting yesterday, and we assured everybody that, look, we put everything under control. So I'm not scared. Please. Hello.
What plans do you have to quell the situation so it doesn't deteriorate to like the end?
They propose a 10 days protest, is it not? We're just seeing how it works out today. The outcome of today will determine what happens tomorrow. So I don't have any fear. Whatever comes, we're equal to the tax.
My name is Mary from Arise. I'll get your number.
This interview.
We've been listening to the interview with the governor of Rivers State with our correspondent. That was, of course, Governor Sim Fubara, encouraging the protesters to drive their points home without resorting to any form of violence. He did say that whatever happens today will determine the response of what is going to play out in the coming 10 days, since this is a protest that is slated for 10 days. Well, I understand we'll be going live to Lagos, where we're broadcasting from, to our correspondent, Oba Adeoye, to fill us in on what's going on where he is. Oba, thank you so much for joining us. We see the show of support behind you, people trying to make their voices heard. Let us know what's happening, please.
Yes, in Ojota, that's at the Ganifa Freedom Park, where the protest is taking place. The protesters left Ikeja under bridge this morning, and they trekked down to Freedom Park here in Ojota, where all of them have converged, and you can see behind me a lot of them carrying different kinds of placards, singing all sorts of songs, and of course making their grievances known to the government through this avenue. But a moment ago, it will interest you to know that some moment ago, a group of perhaps thugs, so to say, came around trying to cause trouble with the protesters, but it appears the protesters were smart enough not to, give them the attention or engage them at all. They tried to comport themselves and push themselves to one part. The so-called thugs came to play the role of the police, telling the protesters where to stand or where not to stand. But the protesters were smart enough to tell them that they are not the police, and they were also smart enough not to engage them in any discussion or in any exchange. So the situation is calm right now in Ojota.
All right, that's an update from Oba Adewoye, who is in Ojota, Lagos, telling us a little bit about how some perceived thugs... Okay, I believe his voice is back. All right, of course.
So I was saying that the police have comported themselves well too, as well as the protesters. The commissioner of police was here a moment ago to take, a first-hand assessment of this environment. And from the look of things, I think he's satisfied with what he has seen so far. The policemen are also busy around. Likewise for the Lagos Neighborhood Safety Corps and the rest.
Of course, we'll do our best to reconnect with Oba. I understand it's a very busy day in various parts of Nigeria. Our correspondent is doing his best to communicate with us. I see he's beckoning on someone to narrate what's going on. We'll go back to our correspondent there in Ojota, Lagos.
Well, Cynthia, there have been several complaints today. If you check online and even just conversations amongst people about how network today has been particularly slow. So I'm not sure whether it's a case of a lot of activity happening online and, like New Year's Eve when everybody is trying to get online, the network can get a little bit slow. But I know various networks today, I've personally struggled, just to send a WhatsApp message and so forth. That's another thing that's also happening in the background today.
Yeah, and that also leaves room for, people probably getting a little concerned if they can't reach out to their loved ones. And I hope that the network providers will do their best to at least make sure that they stay on top of this, because this is not one of those moments where you won't have any kind of trouble reaching out to anyone, because we need to make sure that people are safe and whatnot. But based on what we were discussing with our correspondent, I guess we'll carry this on. We're here for hours anyway. But we have days. Yes, we have our correspondent standing by, Mary Chinda. She's live from Port Harcourt. Mary, thank you so much for joining us. Please fill us in on what's going on in your end.
Good afternoon. This is one protest where the River State people have shown a lot of resilience. They've defied the rain, they've defied the seeming threats by policemen, and have showed up all the way from Aba Road. It started just like a joke, a clutter of 1, 2, 3, 4 persons to 10 to 15 to 20, 50. And now this is exactly what you have. Now, I've spoken to some of these people off camera, and they have this "we no go green" spirit. This spirit of, we gotta end bad governance. There's hunger in the land. In fact, one of them had a placard that says 1,000 no they do again, which translated in proper English is there is inflation. 1,000 naira not buy so much in the market anymore, unlike 2023 and 2022 and the years before. These people are saying we are going to seek an end to bad governance, and this time we're not just talking, this time we're going to see to it that we actually get the change that we need. Well, on the sidelines of this, I must also tell you that these protesters that you see are actually inflamed by the speech of the Senate president just a couple of days ago. I mean, they have the Senate president Babio on their lips, and they're describing him as insensitive. I mean, to them, he doesn't seem to care about what's happening to the common Nigerians. You know, just like when protests start, you know, it's just one thing and then there's a build up to other things. So there are several things that they're asking for. They're saying that the president has not listened to them over time. They're saying that the people at the National Assembly are eating over bloated salaries and all of that. You know, there seemed to be no calming these people down. Just a couple of minutes ago, I interviewed the governor of the state, Governor Sim Fubara, and I asked him a question, and I said, you seem to be focused on this protest not being violent, but are you listening to what the people actually are saying? And he said that he didn't exactly have fears because these are seemingly genuine protesters. Now, I must give you some background. Up until midnight of yesterday, Governor Sim was having meetings with the security apparatus in the state because, according to him, he had proper information that this protest was going to be hijacked by thugs. As a matter of fact, if I have to quote him, he said mercenaries have been sent to the state from outside. And that was why I was asking him today, okay, is it just about the fear about it being violent, or are you listening to the people? He had actually come here to address them. He had said to them he was going to pass on their message to the president. And then he had also tried to pacify them by saying to them publicly, you know, just we know that there's hunger in the land. I'm also a part of you, but when you are going, I will give you something to buy pure water. You needed to see how these protesters retorted, saying, no, we don't want money. It's not about money. We no go agree. And that has been what they were saying up until when he finished, and I had to have that one-on-one interview. What we see in Port Harcourt today is a small protest. Is a protest that started off small and is actually growing. We have over 500 to 1,000 people here, and of course, there is a heavy presence of security men, but it is the never die spirit of the Port Harcourt people that is actually on display here, and they're saying we got to end bad governance because this is an oil-rich state. We cannot be producing oil, and we're actually suffering.
Mary Chinda, live from Port Harcourt. Incredible scenes there. 500 to 1,000 people, in your estimation, protesting peacefully and guarded by the security services, and have just been addressed by the governor of the state, Siminalayi Fubara. Thank you so much for that update. We look forward to catching up with you a little bit later in the day and getting more updates. But for now, we'll take a very quick breather. Newsday on this protest day will continue after this break.
Hey sis, can I please borrow your wig? No, but I can share my data with you.
Hey, come on, give me some ice cream now.
No, mom, but I can share some of my data with you.
Can you pass it on, please?
No, but I can share my data with you.
Oh yeah, can I use your phone charger?
No, Dad, but I can share my data with you.
Is it because Glow gives you data bonus? That is why you have been shouting. I can share my data with you.
With Glow Data Sharing, you can share your data effortlessly with friends and loved ones today. Dial *312#.
Power your relentless ambition with ultra-high-speed data.
Glow Unlimited.
there's nothing better than the roar of your fans. But in Nigeria, there's a roar that may not be heard again. With fewer than 50 lions left in the wild, they could be extinct in the next few years. From loss of habitat and prey, and snares set for illegal bushmeat. Please say no to illegal bushmeat, and let's keep the roar alive for Nigeria. Poaching steals from us all.
My kids are more than precious to me. Seeing them doing well, healthy and happy brings me so much joy. I know it's my responsibility to ensure they are well nourished. So I use Dangote salt in my cooking. It is high quality salt that's refined and iodized to give great taste to my meals and also support my family's health and well-being. And it's got a name that I trust. Dangote salt is refined and iodized to help prevent iodine deficiency disorders. So give your family meals that taste delicious and support their well-being with Dangote salt. It's time to care about your salt. Choose quality, choose Dangote salt.
Welcome back to Newsday. Thank you for staying with us. Now, some protesters partaking in the nationwide protest against economic hardship set up bonfire in front of the Kano government house. Arise correspondent Ayo Adenayi has this report.
The August 1st protest in Kano started on a very, very high momentum. And just right behind me, you can see some group of protesters moving at the Audu Bako way, expressing their grievances about their fears of the government. And beyond that also, we've also been to several streets in Kano State. We were in Zoo Road, we were at the Kano State Government House too, where there were a lot of protesters there too, who are also expressing their grievances.
The Constitution of Nigeria, Section 14, that give any citizen of Nigeria peaceful protest. We are in front of the government house of Kano State. Here that some of the civil servants that attack us.
I'm on the street because enough is enough. Enough is enough for Nigeria. All the poor people of Nigeria, we are suffering. So we want the government to do something about Nigeria. We want the government to reduce food in Nigeria, and we want the government to reduce fuel subsidy in Nigeria, and we want the government to help us to break security here in the north. That's why I'm on the street.
We have gathered here today in order to show our support for the good policy of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, because there are a number of development brought by the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Actually, to appreciate Mr. President for the development we're able to count in this administration, more especially with the students. Appreciate the students' loan.
We are here on behalf of the team in youth of Kano State to deliver our message to the Emir of Kano, taking the president against insecurity, poverty, and so many things that is happening in Nigeria.
Now from Kano to Kaduna, where Arise correspondent Gabriel Nisi is standing by to tell us more. Good day, Gabriel, and welcome to Newsday. Can you give us the latest from Kaduna?
Well, thank you for having me. Well, we are here in Kaduna State, and sounds of tear gas fill the air right in front of the government house. What started as a peaceful protest earlier in the day around NEPA roundabout earlier in the morning turned into something chaotic and something we've never seen before. Like right here, you can see several security personnel stationed there, and just over there, protesters burnt tires there in front of the government house, and they were throwing stones at security operatives. So it seems the protest, what started as a peaceful protest, has eventually been hijacked by some hoodlums. Right over there, if my cameraman can pan there, you can see smokes, the smoke in the air. Tires are being burnt by protesters here in the government house. And we have the police PRO here with us just to give us a sense of what is happening. Sir, please, can you move this car a bit? So
Yes, it's one of our personnel that was injured.
Okay, walk us through what has happened yesterday.
Yes. As usual, since day before yesterday, we have made it clear for those that are interested to come out for the peaceful protest, they should submit their letters so that we can know their route and whereabouts. And luckily, this morning, after the peaceful protest was started, before you know, some people hijack the protest, and as we informed the members of the public, since we received intelligence information that some people are trying to hijack this protest. As you can see, this is how violent it is. My friend, please, you can excuse us. Close the door. Close the door. Close the door. You see it. Look at what we call the so-called peaceful protest in front of government house. They are trying to burn down the government house, which we cannot take it. No government will take it. As a law enforcement agencies, we cannot take it, and definitely as these people turn to rioters, we will make sure that we do whatever the law says.
From intelligence, what are you gathering? Who are these people? Because earlier in the day, I was part of this. We covered these protesters earlier in the day.
They can take him.
No, wait, before you, who's in the car, please? Who's in the car?
It's one of our policemen. It's one of our policemen that was injured. You see him? It's okay. Why is the driver? Take him.
Well, this is the situation here in Kaduna State. An injured policeman is inside this vehicle and he will be conveyed now to the nearby hospital. The protest started here peacefully around the NEPA roundabout. As a matter of fact, security operatives were escorting these protesters to ensure that law and order is being maintained. But in the twinkle of an eye, it snowballed into something else. Like you can see, billows of smokes everywhere. Please, can you pan over there? You can see men of the armed forces are now on the streets, and security operatives are trying to disperse these protesters who are burning tires, throwing stones in front of the government's house.
All right.
Now. So,
yes,
what is the situation?
The intelligence we gather now is we have seen a lot of IMN members, which we receive information about their movement, and you know that they are proscribed organization. And since they were proscribed, they were balanced. Anywhere they are looking for any advantage to create any violence. They started coming from back of the government house and through the front of the government house. Before you see, they have started burning tires, stoning our distance. Look at how they destroy our armored personnel car, stoning us. Look at our personnel now, they were injured. Yes, it's clear. Nobody see it. Where is the peaceful? How is this peaceful? How is this peaceful? We have said it. In fact, the good people of Kaduna State are not ready to participate in any form of protest because they have written a letter to us that they are not ready. But before you know, some people have started hijacking it, recruiting people, sending text message for them, which we have seen it. And this group intervened in this protest, which we have a record, clear record. For several years, we have been engaging with these people.
In other words, you're saying this protest has been hijacked by members of the IMN.
Yes, they are extremely, yes, they are part of it. And another gang of hoodlums, which they were been hired from outside state. We know that from the state, we have nobody that is interested. We have said to people day before yesterday, they submitted their letter that they want to participate in the protest. Just 2 days yesterday, we received their letter of withdrawal. And the reason behind it is some people are trying to hijack it, and some people are trying to use money to finance it, and their aims is to destroy the state. Their aims is to destroy the state, and that is why they see that they are the people of Kaduna. The good people of Kaduna will never participate in destroying their state. The good 10 years Kaduna has been enjoying peaceful coexistence. And there is no way another people will come from somewhere and destroy this peaceful state. These people withdraw with their letter just because of the information and because of the people that intervened, that wanted to hijack, try to use money to buy them, to sponsor them. And they are people of Kaduna, we know them. But from that, we have come out several times without number, calling people that anybody who is interested in participating in any form of protest should submit his letter. So that the essence is to ensure that we give them cover, we give them
the money. We also
yes.
that. All right, back to you in the studio. This is the situation reports here in Kaduna State, and security operatives in the state are trying to curtail this incident to avoid a snowball.
Nisi Gabriel, our correspondent live from Kaduna State, thank you so much for that update. And we wish the police officer who was obviously injured in that case quick recovery. And please stay safe as well. Thank you for joining us. Now, one protester has been injured as police fired tear gas on protesters at Eagle Square in Abuja. Protesters were dispersed from converging at the venue as they marched towards the three-arm zone of the Federal Capital Territory.
And so, hello guys. Well, just quite unfortunate. We're trying to get ourselves together, and that's because what all started like a peaceful protest have now become what you have seen. Different canisters of tear gas being fired just by the side of the Federal Secretariat, and it's becoming something very serious between the people here and
All right, well, that was moments ago in Abuja. We now cross live to Abuja as we connect with Georgina Ezeanika. Georgina, can you let us know what's going on currently? We've just seen those images of tear gas flying around Eagle Square some moments ago. What is the situation now?
But that's not a protest point. Okay, so I am not currently at Eagle Square. I think we have the team of Ferdinand and Benga at the Eagle Square. I am right in front of the Tinubu Shetima campaign office, where we have some pro-Tinubu groups standing by, and they are asking that Nigerians be patient and be patient with the government of Tinubu as he's putting in policies that will make lives better in the long run. I have standing by my side right now the Minister of State, Police Affairs, standing here right now. We want to talk to her to know what is her position or regarding the protests currently happening. Hello. So talk to us about what is happening in the country right now. We have tear gas being thrown at protesters at Eagle Square, but here I was at the Eagle Square a while ago. There was no protestants that were being, sprayed tear gas, and like we said, everybody has a right to protest, but where the rights of the protestants stop, that's where other people's rights start. So let's not obstruct. Let's not, infringe on anybody's rights. The police are there to protect our law-abiding citizens. Yes, and everybody has a right to protest. It's a wake-up call for everybody, not just the people in government, but even the citizens, that we must assume our most patriotic selves and bring our best selves forward to support the government, because the government means well, and I'm confident that the next time they come out to protest is in support of the government. But let's all continue to be patient. All right,
Georgina.
All right, so you said earlier that Nigerians should be patient, but there have been sincere cries from Nigerians that things are hard. People can't afford a daily meal, and they can't even send their children to school. What more can they do to be patient? I mean, they're hungry. People are hungry. A lot of policies have been rolled out, very good policies and very sound policies. With a bit of patience, I'm sure we'll all begin to feel the impact of those policies. And like I said, nobody is perfect, And Mr. President says it all the time that even I can make mistakes. And that's why I said this protest is a wake-up call. Where we go right, we continue to put a lot of strength. And where we're going wrong, we'll come back
right on track. But we need the support, everybody's support, to be able to move this country forward.
All right, Georgina, can you hear me?
All right, thank you very much. You just heard it from the Minister of State, Police Affairs.
Georgina.
She has said that Nigerians need to be a little bit patient with the president.
Georgina, can you hear me? Great. Can you please ask her, because of course it was stated that the End Bad Governance protest had the potential to be hijacked. So what's the assurance that this protest will not also be hijacked?
Okay, so we're asking, the NSAS protest actually was hijacked. What is the possibility that this protest will not be hijacked by hoodlums or thugs?
If you look at the guidelines for the protest, you must ensure that your protest is not hijacked. The security agencies are there to support. We're working with intelligence reports and we will ensure that everywhere is safe and secure. But even the protestants must make sure that they're not being manipulated. But the police are out there, the law enforcement agencies are all out there to ensure that everywhere is safe and secure for everybody. And I would like to also appeal to the protestants. They should continue to be, to adhere to the guidelines of a peaceful, protest. The police are there to give you the right kind of support that you need. Like we said, Eagle Square, if you're in Eagle Square, nobody's going to spray tear gas on you. And this is, being enforced so that everything is in a orderly manner, so that nobody's right is being infringed on. So once more, I thank the protestants for being, law-abiding, and I thank the Nigerian citizens for the confidence in Mr. President. Let's just put hands together. Let's work as a team. This country needs all of us to be able to move forward. And I assure you that we'll continue to evaluate what we're doing right and where we go wrong. We need the constructive criticism. Everybody needs it to be able, because nobody is perfect. But I can assure you that Mr. President means well for Nigeria.
All right, so you heard it from the minister that the president means well. We also have someone standing by who is part of the team as well.
My name is Dr. A.A. Agogo. We're here to preach peace, to preach one Nigeria, to make sure that our country stays safe, because this is the only what we have here, and we don't want anybody to create war for us, because we enjoy the peace that we're having, part of our country in Nigeria. I will also appeal to those protesters that they also abide by law of our country, because now we don't have any other country like Nigeria. And Mr. President has also told them that please, they should give him more time. We just 1 year now. We have 3 years more coming. And before then, by God's grace, they will come back and say, Mr. President, thank you. And if you look at what is happening now, in less than a year, you can see what the Mr. President has done so far to make sure that things is okay and things are moving forward. Look at when you talk about education, he has already moved it on. And when we said people should say they should go and protest, burning places, causing confusion, then what is it going to bring out of it? I don't think something good is coming out. So please, the protesters also have a police, civil defense, security agents that are also going around with them to make sure that they do it in a polite way, but they should not cause any harm in between that, please. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. It's you've heard it from them. That's it.
Georgina, can I, if it's possible, can you just ask them? We keep on hearing this, and of course you alluded to this earlier on about this patience, appeal for patience timeline. We just heard the gentleman say it's been just 1 year. Some people don't even think they might be alive in the next 3 years with the way things are, from what we understand is being protested against. So when they're talking about being patient, what is this timeline for the patience that they're asking Nigerians to exercise?
Okay, how long do you want? How long should Nigerians be patient? You've been saying be patient is just 1 year. How long should Nigerians be patient?
Mr. President said they should give him more time. If you look at it in this way, in 1 year, Mr. President have signed electricity bill, also signed Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, also signed National Center of Terrorism, also created National Social Investment Program, also did Niger Delta Social Investment, also did Renew Hope Infrastructure Fund, also student loan, agricultural policy, local government autonomy, and healthcare reform. So when you look at it, in 1 year, Mr. President has done 13 things, for God's sake. Haba, let us be a little bit patient and let them open of a dialogue sections so that they cannot interact with the federal government one-on-one. Then the little what is their demand is so that the president can see how to do it and so that it will come to pass. Violent is not part of what is good in this our country. So just time soon, by God's grace. Time soon, because the president is working. And they need to also come to table so that they can now sit down together with Mr. President and the committee so that they continue the other reform. So, but when you said, go to protest, go to this, people are hunger. Look, the hunger we're talking about, everybody is aware of what is happening in Nigeria because we are Nigerians and we are the only ones to solve our problem, and nobody can solve our problem from outside. So people should not be confused. People should not going to come and stay and make sure that they destroy this country for the peace of others, not for the violence of others. So we want peace. We want peace. We want people to be law-abiding, for people to call for the dialogue. We are saying dialogue is the way out to this country. Please.
Thank you.
All right. Well, it's wonderful to see everybody exercising their right to peaceful protest today. Georgina Unduko Ezanyika, live from Abuja at the Tinubu Shettima campaign office. Thank you so much for those interviews and for us to ensure that our reporting today is balanced. We're going to take a very short breather, and Newsday continues after this.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly, whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch. For easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
We are thrilled to have you on board as we chart the course for our next chapter. We're inviting you to take up your rights in full for 19 Naira 75 kobo per share. From the 8th of July to 14th of August, take advantage of the chance to acquire one more ordinary share for every 2 shares in your portfolio. Visit www.theaccesscorporation.com to subscribe. Access Holdings, where financial solutions connect the world.
What will banking look like in the future? For over a century, we've been growing to meet the needs of an ever-changing world, delivering unique solutions to help our customers reach increasingly bigger dreams. Innovating to create an exciting new world of convenience and freedom, where what you can achieve is only limited by your imagination. Opening up new, more inclusive channels for commerce. Empowering a new generation to reach beyond their dreams and grow into the giants they were always meant to be. We're helping to create a future where the possibilities are infinite, the opportunities borderless, and where the world looks up to Africa. Let's awaken the giant in you. You first. First Bank.
Welcome back to Newsday. Thank you so much for staying with us. We're still looking at the nationwide protest regarding ending bad governance, and we have our correspondent Tokunbo Yetunji standing by right here in Lagos, or Jota specifically. Tokunbo, thank you so much for joining us on Newsday. Please fill us in.
Thank you, Cynthia, for joining us right here at the Ganifa Eme Park in Ojota. Well, this is the scene here. As we speak to you, midday, the crowd has grown larger, has grown bigger. But what we see is that the people have remained on the streets. Despite all the persuasion by the security operatives and some of their leaders to go right into the Ganifa Eme Park, which is the designated place, and the other park right here by my left, which is the Peace Park in Ketu. The protesters have remained adamant, and they are on the street, moving from one end of the street to the other and chanting one anti-government song or the other. And some of them who are actually have been speaking with us off camera have been saying they don't want to go into the premises of that park because they are afraid that they could be attacked there. So that is what we have seen here. There's not been any eventuality. The security guys have been adopting persuasive method to actually make them see reason why they shouldn't block the road. They're actually not blocking the road, but it's just that traffic would definitely slow because of the crowd. Each time there is a vehicle to pass, I think they just make way and they allow the vehicle to pass. But so far, so good. That's the situation. They've been on the road and we're here. The security guys are still here too. The commissioner for police in Lagos has been here earlier to actually take a look at what is going on around here himself. I think his engagement with some of the leaders of the Take It Back movement has not been successful enough to actually pursue them to go right into the designated points.
For that, of course, we do continue to monitor developments in Ojota, Lagos, and to see whether these protesters will eventually move into the area that has been said to be demarcated for this particular protest. Let's now shift our attention back to Abuja, where Ferdinand Durowa is on standby. Of course, we know that we have a number of correspondents in different places. Ferdinand, in Abuja, we're live with you now. Can you give us an update? And can you also describe your exact location in Abuja?
All right, thank you so much. And we are at the central area and not too far from the Three Arms Zone. And that's because earlier today, well, it all started from the National Stadium. And at a point, the protesters did march into town. And by the time they were getting close to the Three Arms Zone, the security operatives had to restrict them. And that also involved the use of canisters. Well, hundreds of canisters were indeed fired at the protesters, canisters of tear gas fired at the protesters. But unfortunately, it hasn't deterred them. And so what they have done is to come through the other routes and they are still mobilizing right now. That's exactly where they are. Well, thus far, we haven't seen any casualties. You know, just tear gas canisters are fired here and there. We actually knew that, this was going to happen, and that's because they had enough ingredients for that to happen. Well, first of all, was the fact that at the point we saw counter protesters. Now, that's indeed something that worries all of us. And then we thought that the government would have done better to control this scenario. If we had some people saying they wanted to protest, on the 1st, well, perhaps, nobody's restricting anybody from protesting, just like they've said, well, we can go straight to the National Stadium. But unfortunately, they didn't stop there. The counter protesters joined over there, and it was almost going to get chaotic. But the commissioner of police did handle matters. Unfortunately, after then, the protesters came into town, and this is exactly where they are. But just beside the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, if you look down, well, after the protesters, you will see the Ministry of Finance there. And then on my right, well, that's the villa.
Well, all right, Ferdinand, thank you so much for that update. You did say that from your perception, it doesn't look like enough was done to ensure that the protesters were protected based on the counter-protest and all these canisters of tear gas that were administered. What do you think could have been done much better to have prevented things from getting to that point?
Well, earlier today, just like I said, well, we had enough security presence, and it was quite controlled. The Commissioner of Police in Abuja did do a whole lot to control the crowd. But the disagreement was stay at the stadium, get onto the football pitch, and they said, no, this is not a football exercise. We will not be on the football pitch. Well, they encroached the road, and they just didn't stop there. About after an hour, they went into the streets, and here they are at the central area. Now, when they got to the central area, just around the town zone, but that's exactly where the security operatives had buffered and wanted to ensure that it doesn't, they don't encroach further. And you know exactly why. Well, the villa is just an arm's length away, and you know that was exactly where the chaos happened. They opened fire with the canisters. I must add, tear gas canisters, and we saw the scene, chaotic scenes. Some people throwing back the canisters, or some people running off. Some of the protesters still defying, whatever means, whatever resistance the police have put. And this is exactly where they are. They brought some musical systems.
All right, Ferdinand, we can see that it looks pretty festive behind you, young people dancing and so forth. What are your thoughts about the trajectory of, today is just day one and we're only halfway through the day. Do you foresee more people gathering? Do you see the momentum picking up, given some of the sights we saw earlier with the tear gas and so forth?
Sorry, well, the crowd just got agitated now. Some military men just went by with their car. I think some personnel from the Guards Brigade who seem to have taken charge of security around here. We're talking about the trajectory. It's been very difficult to predict. Now, I know the first time that we spoke earlier today when I spoke to Rufai and Dr. Abati in front of the force headquarters, well, everything looked calm. But that was about 8 a.m., 8:20, 8:15. And then at 9:30, well, we saw the protesters at the National Stadium. And, that argument came. Go in. No, we wouldn't go in. We do not want you people to restrict us. The CP said, no, I wouldn't let you guys to get on the road. And then this is exactly where they are. Well, 2 hours ago, well, that's almost very chaotic scene. Tear gas canisters released into the crowd trying to react also. Thank God, like I said, thus far we've not heard of any casualty. And of course, we've not seen anything being damaged in terms of our property. And right now, this is where they are. Some fear, some music, lots of youths dancing. We do not know exactly what's going to happen in the next hour, but we'll continue to monitor things, and I'll definitely bring you all the updates.
Of course, Ferdinand. Any chances from what you're seeing on ground that they might be addressed by maybe the president or an authority to probably keep things relatively smooth?
I beg your pardon, I'm finding it increasingly difficult to hear you, and that's because we're beginning to see some of the protesters gather behind to try and, get a word or two into the cameras. But if you will just repeat again.
Of course, Ferdinand, it explains itself, all that's going on around you. I'm asking if there's a chance from what you're seeing that someone might come to address the protesters, whether it be the president or someone representing him, to make sure things go relatively smooth.
It's a shame I can't hear you now, but perhaps maybe we will wrap off and continue to monitor proceedings and definitely let you know if anything changes.
Fantastic, of course. Thank you so much to our correspondent, Ferdinand Duroha, live from the nation's capital, Abuja. Please be safe, and thank you for bringing us that update. We have in studio with us, of course, our Rise News analyst, Mr. Dayo Shobwale. He's here with us. Mr. Shobwale, thank you so much. The topic of the day, obviously, protests to end bad governance and counter-protests happening. You've heard from our correspondents, Ferdinand, Tokumbo, Yetunji. What do you make of what's happening around the nation?
Well, let me first of all admit that I'm shocked, at the presence of so many youths. restless, restive. And I have also seen some people supporting the government too. But you can see that the enthusiasm of those people can never match the zeal with these hunger protesters are going about their things. But I must mention one thing I saw in Port Harcourt when Governor Fubara addressed that large crowd. I was impressed with that. That's the village democracy at work for the first time. You see a governor talking to people at ease. Not many Nigerian governors can dare to do that. I doff my hat to him. And you see, they listened to him. And he said he was not afraid because he spoke their language. If our leaders had been speaking to people like that, see the gap, the gap in communication that has led to this protest will not have come to play. But you see, I must admit, the youths are very much involved. And you can see they are discontented. They are not happy. Government must do something to arrest the situation. I don't know if the tempo will gather. You see, like you said the other day, it may gather pace, rise in momentum, or it may fizzle out. Depends. And it depends on how the police handle it. The police were getting incensed in Kaduna. I could see that policeman was trying to sound provoked. That is part of the risk, in terms of security and in terms of a breakdown of law and order. But as things stand, you can see that people are angry. People are angry, they are hungry. They're sending a clear democratic message to government. And better government listens.
Now, talking about some of these messages, you know, I've seen a number of placards and a number of interviews today where protesters are saying, we don't want palliatives. That was one of the reactions when Governor Fubara, in all earnesty, said, you know, I'll give you guys something for pure water and bread. And our reporter, our correspondent on the ground said the people were upset. They were furious because they said, we don't want handouts. We don't want palliatives. You know, what's your take on this? Because, you know, the government has extended palliatives regularly in all good faith as a way to try and bring ease and some succor to people in this situation. But the people are saying it's not palliatives we're looking for. How would you unpack this?
Look, you must separate the language of politics from the language of protest. When he said that, I watched it. He said it in jest. That even when you say, I can buy you, they did not sound, it was not a message as such. It was, you see, the language of the moment. Get me? If they were angry, they would have pursued him and said, if they were of your view and using the language of what led to this, they would have stoned him. But he was in their midst and he had rapport.
So it's context.
He had rapport, yes, he had rapport with them. So that's why he was able to communicate. So I don't see it in that light. And if leaders can go into the midst of people protesting like that and still be able to create rapport, that's democracy. That's a good politician. Get me? People should cultivate that sort of habit. Instead of when people want to get elected, they go around everywhere. And when they get elected, they create a barrier between them and the electorate. That is part of what has led to this. But the face of anger, discontentment amongst our youth, it's just manifest before us. We have to take care of that.
Of course. Mr. Shubwa, I remember a few conversations ago when I asked you about, I always make reference to this, when I asked you about your advice to this administration, you said, move faster.
Yes.
Now, this is day one of this anticipated protest. Are you content with the response or the lack thereof from the center? Do you think it's important that a page be borrowed from what we've seen with Governor Fubara, that we see something like that from the center?
Well, you want the president to go to the square, yeah?
I'm not saying we should go to the square. I mean addressing the protesters.
Not the protesters. It should address the nation. That's
part of
that. When you address it, that is everywhere. he needs to address the nation. And I think that was what the former secretary to the government was saying day before yesterday. But instead of that, all the ministers came to appease the nation. But the president needs to talk to the nation. And I hope you will do that, because this cannot be going on a daily basis. They said 10 days, I don't think it should last 10 days. In fact, it should end today, because the message is clear. Well, the message is clear. If I have my way, it will end today. Then let government have compunction, conscience, and know that something is amiss, and that people may be waving at them at times, but they're not happy. That's the message, and that is democracy. The electorate is disgruntled and wants government to act fast, like yesterday.
Like yesterday.
Yes.
Well, you know what? One thing that's definitely worthy of noting is that maybe if the unemployment rate was a little bit lower and people had jobs to go to, we'd be guaranteed that by tomorrow people would go back to work. But I guess that's another issue that needs to be addressed. I'd like to look at the disparity. I mean, it's very early. If this is a 10-day protest, anticipated 10-day protest, we're only halfway through the first day. But so far, we've seen a lot of activity from Kaduna, Kano State, Bauchi, Borno. I've seen some videos from Gombe State as well, where we've seen huge numbers of people coming out. And some of those, as we saw earlier in our reporting, have turned quite violent. Now, we also took some stories from Imo State, where the streets are virtually empty. People are sitting at home. Cross River State, people are sitting at home. What do you make of this disparity that we're seeing in people coming out? You know, huge numbers so far. Like I said, it's early days, so I don't want to read too much into it. But at this early stage, is it something worthy of noting?
Of course. You mentioned Borno, you mentioned Kano, Kaduna. See, if you look at the electoral map of Nigeria, in terms of votes, those are high votes area. Where any party coming into power, including this APC in power, got most of their votes from those areas. But these are areas prone to violence. These are hardcore north, northwest. These are the areas prone to violence. Get me? Jihadism, the climatological effect of the Sahel, people coming down south looking for food, and these marauders, kidnappers. These people will not allow people to work on their farms, but have driven them to internally disposed persons camps. These are the areas. And you have a lot of youths there that are not going to school. You saw the faces of those people now. The height. These are children, youths. These are children, these are youths. These are people who should be in school. But if you see their appearances, you know that they are not well looked after. And you know, we have always discussed this. You have the largest number of out-of-school children literally in the world. That is the result of poverty and lack of education. Say the devil findeth work for the idle mind or hand. That is why that is so.
Oh, Mr. Shuluwale, earlier on you stated that if you had your way, this protest would end today because the message has been passed. Yes. But from your assessment of the federal government, does this administration strike you as a listening administration? Because when we were interviewing one of the protesters, I believe that was in River State, he did say that in the past they have protested against numerous actions, like the renovation of the vice president's the building villa. Thank you, the villa, and that they were not listened to. So, do you think that this administration, from the past responses and what we're seeing today, do you think that this message that you're saying it's been passed, do you think it's one that will be listened to and acted on?
Well, I'm not a government advisor, but I will tell you one thing. This message has been sent. And I've It's saying that government has no time on its hand, must act fast. So it's not a matter of listening. If the government had listened and performed and acted, people would not be on the streets. You get me? So it is performance now, not listening. Listening has not yielded results. That is why appeasement came in. So the government must bridge the gap between performance and non-performance. And when the president came in, he said his ministers that he will be reappraising them from time to time. He should do fast appraisal. Fast appraisal. And you see, the government has been trying to appease. But you see, I will not say the appeal has fallen on deaf ears. Because many people, maybe it will have been worse than this. But people have listened. They have appealed. People have listened to government. If government is listening to people sufficiently now, I will not know. But government needs to up its performance and bridge the communication gap between the rich and the poor, and between the host of the electorate, they who are in power. That's it.
And talking about bridging relationships, one development that I think is noteworthy is the fact that over the past few days, we've seen, can I call them elders, coming out in their numbers, whether they be cabinet ministers, religious leaders, even traditional rulers as well, coming out appealing to young people, appealing that they do not embark on this protest. And my question to you is, seeing that this protest has still taken place, and in quite a big outcome, do you think there is now a disconnect between, I want to call them the elders, and the youth? Is there, a new relationship developing there?
I don't agree with your assessment that the protest has been huge. This is Lagos. Everywhere is dry. Some people have locked up their shops. Maybe they are not sure what will happen. So I won't say it's a successful protest. Get me? But the message has been sent. And as for those traditional rulers, elders, and so on, that's the status quo. If there is a revolution, they will suffer, they will be the target. So it's self-interest and self-preservation for them to appeal to people. But then they should urge government to be more responsive and to make sure its promises get fulfilled faster. Time is not on its side. With all the goodwill it has, government so far has tremendous goodwill. It should not waste it and consummate it in such a way that it has the goodwill and maybe the affection of the people.
I like the fact that with each response you're saying faster, faster, yes, which is music to my ears.
Speed is of essence.
Of course. Now, Mr. Shubali, with all the interviews we've had today, we've seen numerous demands. One that reminded me of you was when we heard that, when we saw a banner that said they wanted education grants, not student loans. We've seen other ones that said reverse the electricity tariff, bring back subsidy. From all these demands that are being made, do you think there are any that are far-fetched, outrageous, or are they all reasonable demands?
They are reasonable. Why are you questioning that?
I'm asking your perception.
From their pains.
Of course.
That's why we've been discussing that. We've discussed anything you see on that placard. I don't think there's anything that we have not discussed there. Those are the pains of the Nigerian people. And that is the reality of our politics. Those things are not being met. That is why people are complaining. We are analyzing why. But then they are the receiving end, get me? And they are saying that they don't want to die of hunger or poverty. That is why the protest is on. That is why government is in place to give them succor.
The reason I asked why, if you thought that any of them were outrageous, because if you're saying that they're all reasonable, then this should be easy for the government to attend to, since they're crucial.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
The government has been explaining why all along, and have been appeasing that the results will come later. Like I said, they say they are laying a foundation. Because, Rome was not built in a day. Some of these things will take time to come out. That is why I said speed is of essence for them to make sure the good things we are put on the ground manifest in time. So people get too angry or too hungry. Yes.
All right, I want to retract what I said earlier. In my list of places where I said there wasn't much activity, I'd added Cross River State. We're looking at images from Calabar this morning where it was a slow start, but it seems, young people, these boys look extremely young, have come out to protest. We see a little bit of tension happening between the young men and some men in uniform. So we do hope that is kept under control. That's the end governance protest as we know it in Calabar. But now still speaking on this protest, Mr. Shoboale, one thing we have seen is the happening of the protest, the planned protest that we had been sensitized about, and the emergence of counter-protests. What's your take on these pockets of counter-protests we're seeing? Is this strange to you? Is this something you expected? Some people are saying it was expected. What are your thoughts?
You see, what you are seeing, this is not a film. It's not a film. It's not entertainment.
Yeah.
It is public outcry. Get me? And I'm not happy with this at all. Situations, do not degenerate to this, whereby people take to the streets and start lambasting the government they voted to power. You get me? So that is why I say I hope and pray that it fizzles out today and that maybe the president addresses the nation. Get me? It is not a spectacle that should endure or should extend further. So, and you see, you have to be careful how you interpret what you see. These are, we don't have a universal view or helicopter view where you can simultaneously see everywhere. So it is as when they present them that we see them, talk about them, and our views will not coincide or what we see.
Okay. Well, in the spirit of making sure we get context, let's cross to Owerri live now. We have our correspondent live with us in Owerri to give us an update on what's happening over there. Of course, we will be going around the nation today to bring live updates of all that's going on. We just saw what's going on in Calabar, Cross River State. We've been to Kaduna, to Kano, to really trying to ensure we give the nation a balanced report of all that's going on, both protesters and counter-protesters, giving everybody a voice.
Of course. I don't know, do we have Saturday Ocha yet? Or okay, can we go to him? Saturday, thank you so much for joining us on Newsday. Please confirm you can hear me.
Thank you.
Great, I'll take that as a yes. Please fill us in on what's going on in Owerri, the Imo State capital.
Well, like I told us in the morning, Owerri is very calm, very peaceful. There is nothing like any protest of any sort in Owerri. Right now, security operatives have stationed themselves in various points, strategic points, to ensure that they maintain law and order in Owerri metropolis. And the roads are very empty. Vehicular movements are very scanty. People are indoors, probably because of the protests which they have not joined. Socio-economic activities have been paralyzed. Banks under lock and key. Markets closed. And the people are very few, only very scanty, very few people we can see on the streets of Owerri. And right now, it's still very peaceful. Nothing is happening seriously in this area.
Thank you so much for that, Saturday. I know I watched your live cross into the morning show, and you had said that, well, people of Owerri and Imo State are used to sitting at home. Are you still attributing that particular phenomenon to the amount of, shall I say, inaction taking place in the streets today? Or is it that people are just not invested in this particular protest?
Well, you know, in Southeast and particularly in Imo State, protests have not been the issue on ground. Like yesterday, the state government, His Excellency Governor Hope Uzodinma, addressed the people. He told them that there is no need embarking on protest. The reason being that Mr. President Bola Tinubu is doing great, working around the clock in ensuring that the hardship Nigerians are facing are ameliorated. And he said, sooner or later, that will be witnessed in this country. So there is no need embarking on protest, according to him. And then he went further to say that those who are organizing this protest, where are their children? That their children are abroad, rejoicing, while they are using parents, youths or children of other parents to embark on protest. So he advised them not to embark on protest. And that may be the reason, one of the reasons why there is no protest in Imo State. And more so, yesterday and day before yesterday, the unknown government unleashed terror on the people, killing many, injuring many. That also could be a contributory factor that made them not to come out today because of fear, because of panic. That should be the reasons behind it.
Thank you, Saturday. But from your assessment, of course, you're on ground. Do you anticipate that this will be the same, that things will play out the same way tomorrow and the day after? Because we know that this is scheduled to hold for 10 days. Do you anticipate that some people might decide to come out tomorrow, if not today, or do you think it will stay the same?
Well, I feel maybe before evening, people will start coming out. Like right now, there is an event organized by the state government where they want to distribute palliatives from the federal government. That will take place any moment from now. Perhaps because of that palliatives, people will now come out so that they will partake in it. And also, there is also another event going on right now. They call it Health Insurance Scheme. People are also will attend that program so that they will be able to participate in that program. So hopefully, towards evening or tomorrow morning, Owerri, the Imo State capital, will become agog again, as it used to be.
All right. Well, we'll be looking forward to those developments and seeing how the people of Imo State continue to relate, or rather choose not to relate, with this day of protest, first day of protest, Saturday. Ochia, thank you so much for your contribution. Right. Now, elsewhere in Nigeria, in response to the ongoing protests against the economic hardship in Borno State, the government has imposed a curfew in the state capital, Maiduguri. According to a statement released by the Borno State Police Command, the curfew is aimed at restoring law and order in the state. So that's a 24-hour curfew imposed in Maiduguri, the capital of Borno State. Mr. Shobuwale, is this something that you would have foreseen happening after seeing the level of engagement and breakdown of law and order in some places that we've seen in some of the northern states today?
Borno State is the theater for Boko Haram. Get me? And with protests going on, without protests, they bomb people, bomb places, bomb police barracks. So I think they are playing safe. We have put the army on alert. Because you are talking of protests, it could be either by terrorists, more violent people. So I think they are playing safe. Right.
Okay, great, Mr. Shobuwale. But based on what you heard from our correspondent, Saturday Ochia from Owerri, how do you assess what's playing out there today?
That's right. I was going to ask you to ask me questions. You know, you see, on Mondays, in the Southeast, they are used to this IPOB sit-at-home. Get me? So maybe they will just reenact that. But you bet they can stomach it for a day, not for 10 days, or even 2-3 days. I expect people to come out tomorrow. You see, I think what has happened today, like in Lagos, there's a few cars, a few shops, and so on. By tomorrow, people will come out. Get me? But then it depends on the corporate institutions now, like banks and so on. If those ones open, then people will come out. People will come out. It's an unfolding situation, and hopefully it will not degenerate into violence. I think government should move faster to curtail it, and thereafter accelerate the palliatives, not necessarily money or whatever. The things it has promised to put on the ground for people to assuage their hunger, and then assuage their anger as well, which are very manifest on the streets now, especially with youths. It's a very ominous sign.
The Deputy Speaker of the House, Benjamin Kalu, had made a statement where he urged the Igbo people not to come out to protest. Do you think this has any impact whatsoever in Imo State?
But they didn't come out.
They didn't come out, but I'm just saying, because we're trying to analyze, you know, what
it's impactful. You see, like somebody I was discussing with on my way here was saying, maybe even the sit at home is more impactful than the protest. You get me? But then for how long will people just sit at home? There are people who are living on the streets, you get me? And they will want to go to work and all that. But even in Lagos, nobody gave another for sit at home. But that's the first sign I've seen. Who saw that home? Even in the Southeast, they are used to the IPOB thing. So they just reenacted it on the day that is not Monday. But hopefully tomorrow they will come out. Come out.
Mr. Shubali, I'm just wondering if you can go back in time. If you could rewrite the events that we're seeing playing out today, or steps that might have been prevented or not taken, or different approaches that could have been made, what would you have done differently that might have allowed us to see things play out in a more just to be a normal day in Nigeria? How would this have been prevented?
Okay, you should remind me. There are some things I've said there. I said government should intervene.
Yeah, you have.
Government should intervene. And you see what they did on Gote. That's government intervention. And you see all these rising prices, foreign exchange, alarming rates vis-a-vis the Naira. Government should intervene. And the president said, if it is necessary, he will intervene. I don't think he has to intervene more enough. You get me? In terms of, we can have price control. Who said we cannot have price control? People cannot just be selling things, things people need to exist at an exorbitant rate. It will create hunger, and that is what is manifest now. So government should intervene more and not be dancing to the tune of the IMF and this free market economy. Because the IMF conditionalities have no human face. That is what you are seeing now. It makes human beings hungry and angry. You have seen that. Government should arrest that. Intervene in terms of pricing, intervene in terms of drugs, cost for drugs and things, transportation. There are some things that all of us will enjoy. Those are public goods that government intervene in terms of subsidized public goods. Because even in Europe, they subsidize their government. You get me? I once read somewhere that you see, the capitalism they started with is different from what is on the ground now. Get me? The government was more involved in getting the welfare of the people right. It is the failure of that that you see in the faces of those youths, restive and restless, and God forbid that they get violent. The government should, you can call it socialistic, I don't mind. Let government intervene, let prices come down, let cost of living come down. Then let people have food to eat, then they won't be hungry, they won't be angry.
Then we can talk. Intervention. Yeah. Mr. Shobowale, that point has definitely been driven home. Thank you so much for your time today. It's been an absolute pleasure, on this historic day to be able to, to rub minds with you and get your perspective on all of the developments. And of course, we continue to pray for peace.
Amen.
Amen. All right, you're watching Newsday. We've got plenty more still ahead. Make sure you stay tuned so we can give you more updates of what's happening across the country.
Fidelity Bank is pleased to introduce its public offer and rights issue. For just 9 naira 75 kobo, you can subscribe for a share in Fidelity Bank, and shareholders can exercise their rights with just 9 naira 25 kobo per share in the rights issue. Time is ticking, so join us at Fidelity Bank. To subscribe, visit any registered stockbroker or any of the issuing houses to the offer, or any Fidelity Bank branch.
Good afternoon, sir. Please, I need a room to rent in your house.
Okay, where do you work?
I'm a nurse.
That means you won't owe me rent. Congratulations, young lady. You have yourself a house.
Well, thank you so much, sir. So, how much is the rent?
90,000 naira. Oh, but wait, where are you from?
I am from Akamata.
Akamata what? Akamata in my house? If you know how you got into my house, please get out right away. My spirit and that of Akamata people don't have anything to do together.
Sir, what have I done?
Your people from Akamata are known for bad things. That is what they represent, and you can't live in my house. Just get out right away.
What's going on?
Leave my house, young lady. Yes, our differences extend to our languages, culture, food, and even belief. But we are bound together by the cord of love. With one heart, with one voice, we will make Nigeria a hub of greatness, a place where the people live as one.
This message is brought to you from the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the UK government.
Africa sits on the brink of unparalleled transformation. Leading financial institutions are embracing digitalization. Access Bank is at the forefront, redefining banking for the modern age. With digital solutions that transcend borders and bold partnerships that support financial inclusion, this isn't just banking, it's a blueprint for the Africa of tomorrow. Access, more than banking.
Closer to your champion.
Stay connected for every medal moment from the 2024 Paris Olympic Games. Get closer to your champions with Super Sport on DSTV, the home of entertainment.
Today, we are distributing 10,000 bags of 10 kg rice. The rice came through the generosity of Aliko Dangote to Anambra to distribute to the vulnerable people in our communities. We are distributing according to local governments, and through local governments, we'll go down to the communities. We have 181 communities in Anambra State,
And we believe that all the communities will get their rights through the instrumentality of JDPC OCA. Aliko Dangote Foundation brought these rice here to distribute to the people in our communities. So we have come to your community to give you the rice. And we appreciate the generosity of the donor, Aliko Dangote.
Obu na-atọ m ụtọ na-atọsi m ike. Enwe m obu aṅụrị na nri m rieketa tata n'ime chọọchị a tata. Obu na-atọ m ụtọ ọfụma.
Hey, as I see this rice, I'm very, very happy. My children go eat today. Hey, I thank God. I thank God for today.
Very, very happy because this is very hard in Nigeria. Cup of rice is 300. See all these women, we are here praying that we will come. Even though the water is raining, we are still here praying that God will call you people back. And you are here today. We are happy. Everybody is happy, even me.
Enwe ma anwụle ka ihe olile nke asụ elu anyị ndị Catholic, ndị community, Amanike community. Enwe ma anwụle agụdị na Nigeria kịta iwe nwa anwụle na abụcha la ihe olile.
Aliko Dangote give us rice. I'm very happy on it because he do mighty something in this our town. Because hunger is paying us too much in this our town.
Register to attend for free and inquire to exhibit. www.canex.africa.
Welcome back to Newsday. Thank you for staying with us. Security commanders in Cross River State have issued a warning against violent protests. This follows a meeting with Governor Bassi Otu to address concerns about potential unrest. The Commissioner of Police, who spoke at the end of the meeting, assured the public that all necessary security measures have been taken and urged people to continue with their normal activities. He also expressed frustration over the lack of cooperation from protest organizers, stating they've not registered their request to march as required by law, and he warned potential violent protesters of serious consequences.
As you can see from the composition of service commanders here, it's an indication that all of us are working together, and every deployment that is needed as regards is it the supposed or suspected activities of tomorrow is being done and perfectly done. But more importantly, our advice that people should come out and continue to perform their normal legal activities. Peradventure, if anybody thinks he will come out for any protests, he should be sure that what is coming up to start will end up well. But if he's not going to end it up well, it's better he remains where he is. because even after the protests, we will still go after such people. And anybody who attempts to pick a pin, as he picks the pin, he will go with the pin. Go down with it, because we will not allow anything close to that. If you are for peaceful protests whatsoever, in fact, it's not even too late for you to come out today and let us know, so that we arrange on how to even give you protection. But if you continue to hide, it's an indication that you are bearing nonsense in mind.
Meanwhile, some youth have gathered at the popular Mary Slessor roundabout in Calabar and say their demands are simply for good governance, job creation, as well as the strengthening of the Naira.
We have a situation where people are really, really hungry. But of course, there have been concerns about whether we'll gather peacefully or not. There is no protest that has ever been called that it was a violent one. We are here gathered peacefully. The law enforcement agents are here. What we are asking for is for good governance. Once there is good governance, most of what we are suffering right now will not happen. And when people ask me what is good governance, you don't tell me that the solutions to the problems, to all the issues we have raised, is sharing bags of rice, curries, and beans. That is not the solution to our problem. So what? After the bag of rice, you give a bag of rice to a family of 6. How many days will they eat? And it was just between 10 kg and 25 kg. So what we are asking for is for more jobs to be created first, and also for a people's-friendly constitution. You increase energy costs. How do the people now move around? In Cross River State, the minimum wage was increased to 40,000. It has not been implemented. You are asking for, you are now saying, no, the 70,000 minimum wage has been signed into law. The question is, what can it actually afford for a family of 6? That's the reality. And yet, we are seeing the National Assembly also going ahead to increase the limit for the federal government to borrow using the ways and means system to up to 15%. It doesn't make any sense. Why? So they are printing money for who? For them to loot more? We have a situation where these people, privileged Nigerians, who are because they are fellow Nigerians like us, privileged to occupy public offices, buffeting on our commonwealth a la carte. Our problem right now is not bags of rice, it's not bags of curry, it's not. How can we improve on our agricultural system so that we can feed ourselves? We are not against a minimum wage being even 20,000 naira, but what can it afford? Can it take an entire family of 6 for up to a month? That's the question.
Let me quickly check this thing. If you look at the strongest currencies in the world, the 3 most powerful currencies in the world, they are not pound sterling, they are not dollar, but the currencies in the world that are strong happens to be currencies from oil-producing countries. So the question is that why is it that we are not our currencies?
Is it not crude oil we are producing again? Is it coconut oil we are producing in Nigeria? How are we exporting crude oil to other countries and importing petroleum products, and then all of a sudden we have a refinery in Nigeria, we are now importing crude oil back to Nigeria? Does it make any sense? It doesn't make any sense. All of that is due to bad governance. So when we are challenging bad governance, these are the things we are challenging.
While security forces in Maiduguri, the capital of Borno State, dispersed a group of peaceful protesters earlier today using tear gas and firing shotguns into the air to break up the demonstration. The protesters had gathered in the early hours to voice their discontent with the current state of governance and the economic hardship faced by the population. Our correspondent, Sani Adamu, is here for the details.
The protest began around 9 o'clock in the morning here at Bulunkutu in Maiduguri, the Borno State capital. But as you can see, the security operatives are trying to stop the protesters from proceeding into the city.
Now, as we mentioned earlier on in this program, in response to the ongoing protests against economic hardship in Borno State, the government has imposed a curfew in the capital, Maiduguri. According to a statement released by the Borno State Police Command, the curfew is aimed at restoring law and order in the state.
Now, operatives of the Kaduna State Police Command have dispersed protesters who attempted to block major roads leading to the state's government house. The protesters carrying placards with inscriptions such as "End Fuel Subsidy Now" and "End Bad Governance" began their peaceful procession from the popular NEPA roundabout towards the government house, chanting solidarity songs. However, the protest turned violent when demonstrators started burning tires and throwing stones in an attempt to force their way into the government house. Security operatives have used tear gas to disperse the protesters, who remain unrelenting.
Right. Now, the spokesperson of the state's police command, that's Mansur Hassan, yesterday said that over 25,000 security personnel have been deployed to strategic flashpoints in the state to ensure law and order during the End Bad Governance protests. According to the police spokesman, the security personnel, including the police, the armed forces, and personnel of other security agencies, adding the show of force patrol was designed to showcase the capabilities and readiness of security agencies to maintain peace and order, and also serve as a clear warning to those who may seek to use the upcoming protest to destabilize the state.
Now, protests have turned to appreciation in Adamawa State as many protesters were seen carrying placards boldly written, "Thank you, President Tinubu." The protest started at about 9 a.m. from Grade Interchange and terminated at the Mahmoud Ribadu Square. Comfort Ibrahim, one of the lead protesters, said they can't protest against President Tinubu because he's changed the narrative of the country. According to the leader of the protesters, those planning to protest against Tinubu's government are the enemies of Nigeria.
The president is at the helm of affairs on the issue, on the crisis rocking the country, and I believe he's going to do something about it. And I want to say one thing again. In life, there's a good aspect of a human being and there's a bad aspect of him. We would like to appreciate the president on the issue of local government autonomy. He did a good job there. It is our prayer that the governors and the chairmen will do the needful to the grassroots, to the people at the grassroots. And secondly, if you look at the issue of the student loan, is another plus to him because it will be of help to the students at the same time. And on the issue of agriculture, we heard what the minister said and we heard what he said, that about trucks of food will be brought to various states. And with that, it will help. So one appeal we're making is that all we are after is that this issue of high rate of foodstuffs should be accounted. Of subsidized is at the corner. So we should be peacemakers, not to promote a crisis, chaos here and there. And to my women folk, we should call on our children. The youth are our children, they are our husbands. Anything that happens in the country, it now centers on the woman. If something happened to the youth, the center of the whole issue is a woman. It's either the mother or the husband. If something happened to the husband, it is still the same woman. So I'm appealing to my fellow women out there, please talk to our youths, talk to our husbands that they should stay calm. Things are going to take shape by the grace of God.
We are pressing our demand for the government to listen because we are Nigerians. Whatever that bothered you, it is their responsibility to take it over. We have to tell them because there are some certain things you have to tell the government for them to wake them up, for them to understand that we are feeling some certain pains in us, so that for them to wake up and do the needful.
All right, it's time for a very short break, but plenty more when we return. Do stay with us.
In a world where you can be anything, choose to make more out of it. So, whether you're a corporate, individual business, or entrepreneur, you can make the extra cash you need by signing up as an Access Closer agent to provide common banking services like cash withdrawal, cash transfer, buy airtime, bill payment, account opening, deposit money in your neighborhood. To register, all you need is to visit any Access Bank branch with a valid identification card, your NIN, your utility bill, your business registration documents, and a minimum capital of 50,000 naira. Access, more than banking.
75 days since the last day of last season. We are ready to do it all again.
Phil Foden is having the season of his life. Brilliant! Just brilliant! That is quite something.
Stay connected for all the football you want, starting from 5,100 naira per month.
Welcome back to Newsday. Thank you for staying with us. There was low compliance level during the much-anticipated nationwide protests in Anambra State. Arise News correspondent reports that most residents went about their normal activities, except corporate organizations and businesses who shut their services to customers. A cross-section of those interviewed acknowledged the hard economic condition in the country. However, they said their decision to back out from the protest was for a political reason. They argue that joining the protest would further worsen their economic situation, citing the rising cost of food items and other commodities.
They are voting. We are doing our own election. Our people, Peter Obi was winning the election. They carry and give Yoruba people. Now they are saying that we are going to do protest. What are we doing protest for? So let's leave the Nigerian for Tinubu. Let him govern till at the end of the year. That is what I can say.
Yoruba and the Hausas, they didn't believe that Igbo was existing in Nigeria. The reason why I'm saying this is this. Since the way I'm 50 years old man today, 1974 to date is 50 years. Since the day I born me, I never see an Igbo man rule this country. I never see an Igbo man participate in everything that a very good office in this country that makes something to move in this country. Now, the reason why you see people moving around here because of the way they treat Igbos in this country.
Well, staying in the region, Enugu State, southeast Nigeria, a city known for its beehive of activities, is calm as Nigerians begin a 10-day protest over bad governance. Many parts of the Enugu metropolis, from new layouts to Presidential Road, Tiba Junction to Okpara Square, were devoid of activities. It would be recalled that despite the call from the federal government for the organizers of the planned protest to shelve the idea and embrace dialogue, citizens had insisted on embarking on the protest against bad governance and hunger in the country. Meanwhile, security has been beefed up within the state following the request of the governor of Enugu State, that's Peter Mba.
As you can see, nobody's here. Nobody's here to protest. I just feel everybody is okay with what's happening in the country, or people are just too scared to come out and talk. So I feel Nigerians are not ready for the change. We only cry on social media. Now is the right time for us to protest, and nobody's protesting. So I feel nobody is passing through anything, just a mere cry. So let's just say Tinubu government is working perfectly.
What they are protesting against is food and hunger. Igbo doesn't have that. What we need is good government. Once we have that, we don't see any reason to protest. As you can see, it's people, we came out to jog, to walk, live our normal life without fear of anything. As you can see, the governor, there's camera lights everywhere. Enugu is peaceful. That's what I would say.
We'll take this story again. Protesters turned to appreciation in Adamawa State as many protesters were seen carrying placards boldly written, "Thank you, President Tinubu." The protest started at about 9 a.m. from Grade Interchange and terminated at the Mahmoud Ribadu Square. Comfort Ibrahim, one of the lead protesters, said they can't protest against the president because he's changed the narration of the country. According to the leader of the protesters, those planning to protest against Tinubu's government are enemies of the country.
All right, let's move on. As Edo State Police Commissioner Funsho Adeboye has commended protesters for the way and manner that they have conducted themselves during the exercise. The commissioner, who empathizes with protesters, advised them to maintain the tempo as there are enough police officers to guarantee their safety. The King Square in Benin has recorded a large turnout of participants.
I remain your commissioner of police, your friend, your colleague in progress, so that this nation will be better. I want to appeal to you that we should continue in this tempo. By the time we do this is going to be a standard that other states will copy on what is called a peaceful protest. All the police where you see around now to protect you. And we are ready, even if you have any letter, I can assure you, myself and government officials, we will come for it. And I want to assure you that in the next few hours, your letter will get to the appropriate quarters. We are going to provide these things. We are going to provide some other snacks. Please let us make this a carnival.
We are here to speak our mind. The level of frustration in Nigeria is taking a dimension that you can no longer explain. Poverty, you can see poverty physically walking on the street of Nigeria. You can see deprivation. You can see the high level of hunger in the north. We are telling Nigeria government they must do something.
Now, as the nationwide protest kickstarts across the nation, there's presence of heavy security in strategic locations in Sokoto metropolis. The leadership of the youth group that insisted on embarking on the nationwide protest in Sokoto gathered at the popular Alu flyover to kickstart a protest march in Maigero Theatre close to Sokoto State Government House. The group are carrying banners and placards with different inscriptions demanding for good governance, improvement in security, a better economy, among other demands.
In Sokoto, but this youth group insisted they are going on with the protest, and they are here to protest to kickstart. They are marching from this popular Alu flyover bridge, and they will be heading to Government House. I'm here with the leader of the group, who says the reason for the protest is because of hunger, insecurity, and bad governance. Can you tell Nigerians what is your name? Look at the camera.
Pastor, my name is Comrade Mustafa Abubakar. I am from Sokoto East Zone. So I am standing here purposely to express my sadness on what happened here in Nigeria, and most especially in Sokoto East. Our people were killing massively at all the times. At least per day, at Sokoto East, we are missing almost about 10 to 20 people who were killed. Almost about the population where we observed that in Sokoto East, almost about 20 people are killed in each day. 25 people are going by one day in the bush. So we are here to demonstrate our sadness, to show that our Nigerians are in hunger. Our people are killing massively at all the time. So we are here to show that our government that we are here purposely to inform the world that our people are killing. We are here representing the Sokoto East. We are here representing the Nigerians. We are here representing our younger ones. We are here.
As you can hear from the protesters, one of the reasons for embarking on this protest in Sokoto is the situation of security challenges that is causing death to people. What he's saying here, that daily over 20 people are being killed in the Eastern Senatorial District of Sokoto, and is one of the reasons why they are protesting, and they want government to take action. It is Suleiman Nasser reporting from Sokoto for Arise News.
And Newsday continues with more of our top stories after the break with Hawa Mukan and Timitope Fagbemi. I'm Cynthia Are.
And I'm Bumbai Mutiniri Ekweyong. Please do stay with us and stay safe out there.
What will banking look like in the future? For over a century, we've been growing to meet the needs of an ever-changing world, delivering unique solutions to help our customers reach increasingly bigger dreams. Innovating to create an exciting new world of convenience and freedom, where what you can achieve, it is only limited by your imagination. Opening up new, more inclusive channels for commerce. Empowering a new generation to reach beyond their dreams and grow into the giants they were always meant to be. We're helping to create a future where the possibilities are infinite, the opportunities borderless, and where the world looks up to Africa. Let's awaken the giant in you. You first. First Bank.
Guy, with the rising cost of things, we need to plan our next move.
Guy, I agree with you. I mean, with the money we make, we should not be struggling with our finances now.
Maybe you both need better banking options.
What do you know about better banking options?
I recently moved my salary account to Polaris Bank, and since then, it's been a smooth ride for me. They bought over my existing loan and gave me better interest rates and repayment terms.
Are you serious?
Yes, as a Polaris salary account holder, I can get personal term loan, auto loan, mortgage, 50% salary advance, credit card, and more without going to the bank.
Really?
I've got a personal term loan already. See, here's my credit card too.
How do I make the move?
Simple. Open a Polaris salary account on Vault. Use salary account as your referral code.
My guy, I am moving my salary account now.
Get personal term loan and more with your Polaris salary account. Vault is available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
Salary earners.
You're watching Arise, the world's standout news channel. Proudly independent for more than a decade. Always bold, always fresh. Winner of several awards, local and global. Winner of TV Channel of the Year from peers at the Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria Awards. Winner of an Emmy from America's National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences. Still, we're changing the conversation to make sense of your world. We'll do it together, because now more than ever, you need a clear voice to guide you home. Arise News, awards, and beyond.
We all love a bit of showbiz. If it's happening in the world of entertainment, you'll be hearing about it here. From what's trending on the socials to music and movies, and all the latest showbiz gossip from around the world. Join us for a front row seat at the Oscars in Los Angeles, or the biggest moments from Fashion Week. It's fun, it's fresh, and it's packed full of all the entertainment news you need to know. You heard it here first. I'm Kachi Ofia, and this is Arise 360, where every culture matters.
It's the D-Day of the nationwide protest day in Nigeria as protests sweep across the country with the protesters demanding good governance. From Lagos to Abuja, Port Harcourt to Kano, Sokoto, Enugu, Owerri and Maiduguri, the people are speaking out on the state of the nation. Stay with us as we continue to bring you live updates, expert analysis and eyewitness accounts from our correspondents across the country. This is Arise News, the world's standout news channel. I'm Temitope Fagbemi. Welcome to Newsday.
Well, I'm Hawa Mukan, live from Nigeria's commercial capital, Lagos. Our special coverage of the protest in parts of Nigeria starts now. Well, Nigerians resident in the ancient city of Ibadan besieged major roads to resist what they termed bad governance and the worsening economic challenges which have made their lives most unbearable. The protests, which commenced at the Iwo Road interchange, traversed Mokola roundabout, challenged the area and indeed major regions across the state. Led by leaders of the Joint Action Front, civil society groups, and student union leaders, the protesters say that they will not back down until the lives of the common masses take more of a positive dimension that is devoid of hardship. They say they will not back down until their demands are met, calling on other citizens to join in with them in subsequent protests to demand for a more prosperous and rewarding life.
To express our dissatisfaction and display against government that is unleashing poverty, misery, squalor on the mass of Nigerian working people. We are using this opportunity to tell Nigerian government at all levels that enough is enough.
We are using this opportunity to beg our president and every senators involved in this case. They should please beg. The fuel price should come down. The food price also should come down. That is what is really giving us headache.
We are calling on the government to clamp down on all the hardship that the Nigerians are facing, that the masses are facing. We want the Nigerian government, as a matter of urgency, to find something to do with the fuel pump price. And also we want the government to find something to do to the hardship that the Nigerians are facing.
Hunger and poverty. So we are coming out to say no to all these prices. That you cannot really continue. That we are not fighting for survival. We are not fighting not to be extinct. No, it's completely no. And we are saying that you cannot be telling us to tighten our belts when you continue to throw money as political office holder. You are facing a minimum wage of 70,000 naira. 10-12 years ago, the minimum wage was 30,000 naira. And the equivalent of that was $90 10 years ago. In 2024, we are now facing a minimum wage of 7,000 naira. That is equivalent to $40. It's when we want to protest, they will say hoodlums will cause violence. Who are the people creating these hoodlums? These hoodlums are the same thugs you use for election, you use for campaign. They are not hoodlums. But when it becomes a protest, you turn them to hoodlums.
The announcement of this protest itself has sent shivers down the spines of those in power at the top, and you have seen them rushing to do some Bolekaja intervention, which ordinarily we know would not add any value. But in the long run, we know that they will be forced to do what is right. And when they do that, naturally, until we now find that after 10 days they don't do anything, we may re-strategize and see what we can do, if possibly, to engage on an indefinite protest session.
We now go live to Bayelsa State, where our correspondent Theophilus Agidi is standing by to give us an update on what's happening there. Theophilus, thank you so much for joining us on Newsday. Please bring us up to speed.
Thank you, Timi, Tokwe, and Awa. I am at the Bayelsa State Police Command, where I have with me the Commissioner of Police, CP Aloyenu Francis Idu, and he will tell us what steps he has been taken to ensure that there is peace in Bayelsa State and the protest is going on without any violence. Sir, we'd like to hear from you. Arise would like to hear from you. What steps have you been taking to ensure there is peace? And what have you been, can you give us an update of what you have been doing around the clock to ensure peace, safety of lives and property?
Thank you so much. First, you can turn to the drones. They are returning from mission. My drones are returning from mission now. But the first thing is to build people's confidence of the capacity of government to protect lives and property and give adequate guarantees that in peace we'll thrive better. And in formatting this, we earn the confidence of the various strata of community-based organizations in Bayelsa here, mobilizing the youth and infusing all energies to ensure that today will come and go like any other day. The interest of the youth of Bayelsa differs from the interest of the contiguous zones around here. This was the epicenter of the economic struggle for emancipation. The fruits of these emancipations are dropping, and the youth won't want to do anything to disaggregate the benefits and their access to wealth.
Okay, sir, we'd like to hear from you. What have you been doing around the clock to ensure that there is peace? Tell us what has been happening in the state, your day-to-day operations to ensure that this violence does not get out of hand.
There are envelopes of peace created. Then there are deployments specific, both foot on the ground deployments, motorized deployments, and if you turn the camera a little, you will see drones coming back from missions. It's important to take a look at it. The drones are coming back from missions.
Well, sir, we understand that we know you have a very sophisticated system you've put in place to ensure that there is surveillance of the whole Yenagoa city. Like we are having a drone now. I know that the police command has a drone. What effort is the police also taking to ensure that there is no clash? Your monitoring of the environment, like recently there was this small skirmish. There was this small skirmish around the Biogbolo area, and we also know that while there are protest activities going on, there are also solidarity activities, rallies going on. What steps are you taking to ensure that these two groups don't clash with each other?
The two character groups that met in that place have nothing to do with the protest. They are rival cult groups, and they were dispersed immediately. Those who are in support of the governance system were in the government house where they were received by the governor, and they had interactive sections, and the governor left, and they've gone back to their houses. This was the domain of various, columns of cultist groups before now. They found today as an envelope to congregate, and immediately we got the information. They were enveloped, and vanguards were created to take them out of these streets. And we didn't want to do anything to orchestrate violence. Appeals were made to them, and the other youth groups who are for peace in Bayelsa approached them, and they were fizzled out of the streets. As I tell you, as I speak, the whole streets of Bayelsa, particularly in Nugua, is free. Banks are open, markets are open, the transport parks are open. People have gone to market, they bought things, they've gone back home, and those in the market are there. Go and check the markets for yourself. Swale, Tombia Market, Ikike, check all those places. What we have here is an agreement by the people who want to create a corridor of compromise with government. They want more evidence of governance. As they have assured government that what they have, they can protect it. Make no mistakes, one of the tallest buildings of the federal government in this region is housed in Yenogua here. And the people have owned that building. And they see it as a city icon. And everything there is going on peacefully. Banks are transacting. No POS person has even been attacked in this place. It's because we have synergy with the people. And we are on stability patrol right now. We've folded up blocking positions. We anticipated violence before. That's why we created the blocking positions. We folded it out into stability patrols. The city is stable.
Wow, so the efforts you have been making to ensure peace, has been visible. But it's going to be a 10-day strike. Sorry, a 10-day protest rather. What steps have you? What measures have you put in place to ensure that in the remaining 9 days we are going to see the situation that we are seeing now?
Okay, if you go around, our sister service agencies are deployed in fusion with us. The Army, they are buoyantly out. So the Navy, don't forget it's like a Navy town. The Air Force, the Civil Defense, our brothers in the plain uniform, the DSS, the Drug Law Enforcement Agency to ensure that the contaminants that drive violence is taken off the streets too, and the youth are decontaminated. So every agency is hands-on. The immigrations are with us, supply us information, personal data we need about those who have just crept into the city. Our cameras are everywhere, and the drones are not just one, they're about 9. They're just turning from missions. Everywhere is under the envelope of social harmony.
Okay, sir, I would like to...
So in the next 10 days, the deployment will be the same. The concert and response system will be the same. But I like to warn that there is no need to fatigue the uniform services. The youth should understand. We've been very mellowed in interacting with them. But let them not allow frustration, aggression to set in. We should not be frustrated by irritating behaviors on the street. The Bayelsa youths that work with us are giving us guarantees and assurances that today will be the only day they will come out to express various concerns. The concerns were expressed within 2 hours and they folded up. The ones that lasted up to 3 hours were those who came in solidarity with government. They've been addressed by government and they've returned back to their houses. So any other day, anybody that comes out to disturb peace and order within this city, they'll be looking for something different. Insurrection is a cocktail you just mix. You go and read about insurrection, how it starts, how it's inducted. We have all countermeasures in place.
Sir, I understand that. We all understand that some of these issues that has created some of these problems are socio-economic problems. What measures is the police taking to ensure that there are efforts to win the minds of the youths and ensure that they embrace the path of dialogue?
The first thing, at the first layer of governance, the prosperity government is set with envelopes of corridors of compromise, where youths who have concern can approach them, and they transform their conflict. The governor was out, deputy governor was out today, and the ministers of the Federal Republic from this arena, they were around yesterday to interact with the youth, and demands were placed on them, while thanking them for what government have done so far. What they need is infrastructure to lapel them with the social environment, to give them access to their places. And governance is putting this in place. And for this, a lot of youths thanked the minister yesterday and the governor today. So there's no need to be egregious and irritating. Be rest assured that the youths in Bayelsa here, they come from a formative point of view. The amnesty system, the Petroleum Act, and the various programs, and also the security contract on the pipelines have engaged them. You will find a few around this place disturbing the peace. Like I've said, and I continue to say, cultists who ran away from town found the envelope and the climate to come back to town. And if you are here, I must put it to them straight. Keep away from the streets. Don't disturb those who are making a living. Thank you.
With that word of warning, and we come to the end of this interview. The Commissioner of Police in Bayelsa State, CP Aloyenu Francis Idu, has been bringing us up to speed on measures being taken to ensure that the protests going on in the state does not become violent, and he has given us so many steps that's been taken to contain the situation, and that's how we'll wrap it up. Over to you, Timi Tokwe and Awa at the studios.
Theophilus Agidi, great reporting there live from Bayelsa. Thank you for that. Time now for a short break. More when we return on Newsday. Do stay tuned.
Good afternoon, sir. Please, I need a room to rent in your house.
Okay, where do you work?
I'm the nurse.
That means you won't owe me rent. Congratulations, young lady. You have yourself a house.
Well, thank you so much, sir. So, how much is the rent?
90,000 naira. Oh, but wait, where are you from?
I am from Akamata.
Akamata what? Akamata in my house? If you know how you got into my house, please get out right away. My spirit and that of Akamata people don't have anything to do together.
Sir, what have I done?
Your people from Akamata are known for bad things. That is what they represent, and you can't live in my house. Just get out right away.
What's going on?
Leave my house, young lady.
Yes, our differences extend to our languages, culture, food, and even belief. But we are bound together by the cord of love. With one heart, with one voice, we will make Nigeria a hub of greatness, a place where the people live as one.
This message is brought to you from the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the UK government.
Register to attend for free and inquire to exhibit. www.canex.africa.
Welcome back to Newsday. Protesters have looted and set parts of the Caslier office in Kaduna on fire. Samuel Aruwan, the Overseeing Commissioner of Internal Security and Home Affairs, along with heads of other security agencies, visited the office to assess the situation. Meanwhile, the state police spokesperson reported that security operatives arrested protesters found with incriminating items such as jackknives, live ammunition, and police camouflage uniform. According to Mansour Hassan, the force PRO, the police gathered intelligence that the peaceful protest was hijacked by members of the proscribed Islamic Movement of Nigeria and other hoodlums. Arise correspondent in Kaduna State, Nisi Gabriel, brings us this update.
The bonnet. But I'm not anymore. Yeah, but why are we seeing their prescription in your phone? It's automatically in my phone from TikTok. Don't worry. Yes, from TikTok. Automatically investigation. It's secret, sir. No problem. Don't worry. Everybody knows that these people are violent. I have said this. Several times. Don't worry. We just nobody, but nobody is from this. Nobody stop. Why you like someone that wants this? Sit down. I'm well educated, sir. I'm well educated.
Well, some protesters partaking in the nationwide protest against economic hardship set up bonfires in front of the Kano government house. Our Arise correspondent, Ayo Adenaye, reports more on this.
The August 1st protest in Kano started on a very, very high momentum. And just right behind me, you can see some group of protesters moving at the Audu Bako way, expressing their grievances about their fears of the government. And beyond that also, we've also been to several streets in Kano State. We're in Zoo Road, we were at the Kano State Government House too, where there were a lot of protesters there too, who are also expressing their grievances.
The Constitution of Nigeria, Section 14, that give any
citizens of Nigeria, the peaceful protest. We are in front of the government house of Kano State. Here that some of the civil servants that attack us.
I'm on the street because enough is enough. Enough is enough for Nigeria. All the poor people of Nigeria, we are suffering. So we want the government to do something about Nigeria. We want the government to reduce food in Nigeria, and we want the government to reduce fuel subsidy in Nigeria, and we want the government to help us to break security here in the north. That's why I'm on the street.
We have gathered here today in order to show our support for the good policy of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, because there are a number of development brought by the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Actually, to appreciate Mr. President for the development we're able to count in this administration, more especially with the students. We appreciate the student loan.
We are here on behalf of the TV Movement of Kano State, to deliver our message to the Premier of Kano, so that they are by taking the President against insecurity, poverty, and so many things that is happening in Nigeria.
Security commanders in Cross River State have issued a warning against violent protest. This follows a meeting with Governor Basi Otu to address concerns about potential unrest. The Commissioner of Police, who spoke at the end of the meeting, assured the public that all necessary security measures have been taken and urged people to continue with their normal activities. The Commissioner expressed frustration over the lack of cooperation from protest organizers, stating they have not registered their request to march as required by law. He warned potential violent protesters of serious consequences.
You can see from the composition of service commanders here, it's an indication that all of us are working together, and every deployment that is needed as regards is it the supposed or suspected activities of tomorrow is being